Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the first day of 2025's Bridge City Riot. My name is Dr. Omnomnomnivore, and I am joined on the mic this morning by
Judge Booty. It's JB on the mat.
Heck yes. Super excited to be here. First game is going to be Rosebuds All-Stars Regional Team up against Astra Junior Roller Derby. Rosters look pretty even. Looks like the Buds might have a couple extra skaters, but otherwise should be a really fun game. I was watching the warm-ups. I think it's going to be really good. So skating on the Rose City Rollers Regional All-Stars, we've got 087 Jawbreaker, 1 Frostbite, 17 Mazzy Scar, 199 Slaughtermelon, 21 Lucky Harms, 211 Pop-Tart, 222 LO Cool Slay, 25 Rolling Thunder, 357 Billy Fiend, 37 Onomatopoeia, 44 Sour Snitch, 496 Assault Water Taffy, 56 Ludini, 612 Mystery Machine, 701 Kung Fu Skinny, and 808 Snapdragon.
And for Astra Junior Roller Derby, we have 09 Sasscracker, 092 Apocalypse, 101 Slugbug, 112 Gnarly Quinn, 14 Violent Violet, 18 Raven, 187 Foxy Dash, 26 Belladonna, 42 Slayer, 49 Northern Frights, 918 Locked and Loaded, 92 Killer Quinn, and 975 Snitches Get Stitches.
That might automatically be my favorite name.
I do really like that. Also, before I signed up to announce this game, I didn't realize that Astra was the Topeka, Kansas team, which is my hometown.
Oh, how cool.
Yeah, so they came all the way from my hometown for me to announce them. So if you are from Kansas, let me know in the chat.
That's right. We've got our chat up and open. So if you are watching at home, go ahead and give us a comment here. Tell us who you're cheering for, either team and skater. We'd love to have a dialogue going with you because you know a whole heck of a lot more about your skaters on Astra than we do up here. Although I was just informed that Foxy Dash 187 is on the Team USA.
Yes, very exciting. Love to get the background knowledge about some of our skaters. Some more fun for future roller derby here at the hangar is we're going to provide some more background information in the future, like where people transferred from. Did people do our 101 program? Are they, part of our juniors program? Do their parents play? So you're going to get a whole experience from here on out.
It's true. It's true. I wish you were announcing way more this weekend.
Thank you. I wish I was too. I have a very busy schedule despite not playing this weekend.
That's right, because the Heathers played last night. Fantastic game.
Thank you.
Heathers
I did not play.
I know, but they did amazing with such a short roster.
I know. I mean, when you have Bonnie Thunders on your team and she puts up probably like 80 points on her own, it does help quite a bit. But shout out to our two jammers on the team that made it work.
Also, shout out to Lily Valentine.
Lily Valentine killed it. Also, shout out to our pivots who took some stars for us.
Hey, thank you, Becky, for joining us. Yay, Astra. Go Slayer.
Woo! Number 42, Slayer. We love to see it.
So it looks like we've got just under 10 seconds until Derby starts here.
Got our officials taking the track.
So many officials.
Love so many of them.
We actually have an amazing crew this weekend. Lots of names that I've never seen before because we got people traveling in. So
yeah, my man Adam Splitter is the head ref this weekend.
Heck yes, I love me some Adam.
He's not out there right now, but you'll catch him wearing the pilot's hats.
I see him.
Yeah, he's over there
he's down
with
there
Rita,
with Rita,
who is his flight attendant, I believe. Is that what
really?
he was saying? Yes, that's how they dressed this weekend.
I was wondering what the theme was.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so here we go. We are lining up for our first jam and jamming for the Rosebuds. We've got Ludini up against number 42. I think that's Slayer.
Very exciting. All right.
I love watching the Buds.
I have not had a lot of opportunities to watch the
Oh,
younger
you
skaters
are
in the league.
in for it. It is so much fun.
All right. Astra with a good dynamic start.
Ludini quickly pushing up to the front of the pack with some assistance by Billy Fiend.
Oh, yes, but looks like 092. That's Apocalypse got a good catch there.
Ludini pushing hard. Adrian coming back in for some more offensive help there. Yeah, number 092 on Ad Astra Apocalypse, really just everywhere on the track.
Yeah.
Slayer actually able to get out lead jammer for Ad Astra.
First lead jam of the game goes to our Kansas team.
Also first penalty of the
Oof.
game, a direction goes to the team in blue, taking a seat in that Rebel Heart Therapy penalty box.
Got the defense from the Rosebuds locking it down at the top.
That is a very, very strong pod.
Oh.
Kung Fu Skinny, Billy Fiend, Frostbite, and Snapdragon.
It's Apocalypse and Snitches Get Stitches. Holding that 2 all at the top. Ooh, Ludini
Awesome.
finally gets through.
Ludini through on initial, and there's the call off. Penalty box is clear. I'd like to say thank you to Rebel Heart Therapy for being that penalty box sponsor.
We love Rebel Heart Therapy.
We love therapy.
We love therapy here. Who do we got on the line now?
Oh, Bearable. I remember watching you last night, or talking to you last night. You watched the Heathers game. That's right.
Woo!
You were here with me.
I love it. They managed to really hold it down last night. On the jam line. Who do we
Anamana
got?
Mia and Foxy Dash.
Nice.
LO Cool Slay recycled back to the back. Anamana Mia up at the front. Once again, finding Apocalypse and company.
Foxy Dash all the way in the back, but gaining some speed. Oop.
That was a back block.
And, oop. On a scoring pass here for Onomatopoeia.
Onomatopoeia now in a power jam with Foxy Dash heading to the penalty box on that back block.
Being recycled back by 975. That Snitches Get Stitches.
That was a really big hit.
Yeah.
And Mia just shrugs it off.
Working it at the top.
Against
Ooh.
Raven, number 18.
That was
Beautiful
a great hit.
job.
Yeah. Ooh. Got some strength there on Onomatopoeia. Hitting him down.
Onomatopoeia coming back around, looking to put more points on the board. Foxy Dash standing in that Rebel Heart Therapy penalty box.
Great coordinated offense by the Rosebuds there.
That is Pop-Tart throwing down on the track, losing the pivot cap in the process. Pop-Tart, one of my absolute favorite skaters to watch. He's been just astronomically good.
Incredible. Oh, there we go. Foxy Dash through.
Mia taking a look. Foxy's about 30 feet behind and closing. Mia going ahead and saying, I'm going to go ahead and close that, or
Good
call
call.
that off.
Foxy Dash was coming in with some speed. Ooh, nice little replay from Radical Wheels here.
The
Beautiful.
Radical Wheels replays are my favorite part of this season.
Me too. It really feels like we are a professional sports league now.
It is official. We are not on the Ocho anymore.
Absolutely not.
So lining up on that Jam on Hawthorne jammer line, we've got Slaughtermelon for the Buds up against Violent Violet for Ad Astra.
Ooh, Violet. Ooh, almost had it, but there goes the Rosebuds. Slaughtermelon's in the lead.
That'd be Kung Fu Skinny getting in the way.
Oh, of course,
Kung Fu Skinny is amazing. Melon, lead jammer for the Buds. Violent Violet about half a track behind right now. Slaughtermelon will probably, I was going to say, get through and call it off.
Yep.
4 more points on the board for the Buds. I'd like to take a second and say thank you to Two Town Cider House. Damn fine cider made right here in the Pacific Northwest.
All right, we have Rolling Thunder on the jam line for the first time, up against 4-9 from Ad Astra. That is Northern Frights. Ad Astra probably looking to make up some of the points here.
It's only 8 points
Only
between the
8,
two teams right now. Rolling
Here we
Thunder.
go. Getting some movement up there at the top.
Rolling Thunder hit to the outside by number 101. That is Slugbug. And number 975, Snitches Get Stitches.
Ooh, great hit at the top by the pivot from the Rosebuds. That's 2-1-1. That's Pop-Tart. Drove them all the way back. Rolling Thunder's working at the top. Great hit there. Still pushing. Pack is really drawn out and through. Northern Frights calls it off for a 0-0 jam. All right, here's another great replay. Northern Frights going through. Oh, calling off the jam there. Some tough falls already, but shout out to 888, our exclusive protective gear sponsor of RCR, the certified sweat sitter, developed, tested, and trusted by the best. All right, we got Slayer for Ad Astra again. Ooh, working at the top, almost past 701. That's Kung Fu Skinny, but stopped there on the line. Drawn out again, back in.
It is hard to get around Skinny. Mystery Machine working at the back of the pack against all 4 Ad Astra blockers.
Slayer's back in it, though. Oh, one to beat there at the top. I believe that's Snapdragon. Yes, and through for lead jammer.
Couple of penalties being called in the mix there.
Looks like that's a forearm for Jawbreaker. Oh, and she's out.
Frostbite to the box on a direction, and Kung Fu Skinny on an illegal procedure. And there's our whistle. Hello, Noreen, Pop-Tarts Nana checking in. So happy to have you here. And Becky, so nice to see you again for Gnarly.
Go Gnarly. 112 on Ad Astra.
Oh, and it looks like there's actually quite a few folks in that Rebel Heart Therapy penalty box right now doing some group therapy. So it looks like Ludini's going to be starting this jam in a power jam situation. We just got a timeout called. This timeout brought to you by Welcome to PDX, RCR's official realtor.
We just had a home buying seminar with Welcome to PDX this past week.
Did you go?
I cannot afford a home. Yeah, there's no way. But
I don't know. I mean, maybe
I'm
you
sure
go
people
for fun.
learn some things.
I've heard the home buying seminars are very, very good if you're in the market for a house.
I mean, shout out to all of our sponsors who give us great deals and help us so much. I mean, Colonel offered in the Slack recently to answer any tax questions people had.
And
Lord people had questions,
yes, because taxes are one of the most confusing things in the entire United States.
Yeah. I figured it wouldn't be helpful to ask what would happen if I didn't pay my taxes.
Well, I mean, judging from a lot of things that I've seen, nothing for several years.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I paid the Portland arts tax.
That's
the most important
one.
That's the most important one to me.
Well, that's also the one that they will literally track you down if you don't pay.
Yeah. Oh my goodness, I know the amount of mail that I get about it. It's crazy.
I don't live in Portland, so I do not have to pay the Portland arts tax. I'm sure there's other things that I have to pay instead.
Oh yeah.
So it looks like we don't really know who's supposed to be on the track right now. There was a lot of shuffling of skaters. Ad Astra now with 3 in the penalty box.
Wow, yeah. A very deep box. We only need 1 jammer there to fill it out.
But
hopefully that won't happen for Ludini here.
Louie's not going to get a penalty.
A 2v2.
Wow. Yep, 2v2.
A dream for a jammer of only having to beat a 2-wall with 2 offense.
The pack is moving.
All right, that was 1-8 at the top. Raven tried. So hard, but Ludini got through.
Ludini on 1 skate, off balance, making it through on initial. And now we've got a lot more happening on the track. A lot more people out there.
We've really filled it out now. We're almost back to a full pack. Oh, here comes the jammer.
And the last Ad Astra blocker. Snitches get stitches. We are back to a full 5v5.
All right. Slayer probably going to try and put up some more points, but Ludini's already scoring, so it might be too late. Slayer through, though. Through on the initial. Slayer trying to get those last few points. Oh, but got a cut track penalty, so now it's Slayer's time for a power jam.
Oh, it's about time for Ad Astra. But I don't think that Kung Fu Skinny and company are going to take that on the chin. I think they are going to do everything they can to neutralize this power jam. Skinny catching Slayer up at the top, not quite able to make it happen.
LL Cool Slay with that last hit.
LL Cool Slay does make it happen.
Wow.
Lots of yelling from the coaches to come back, to run Slayer back.
Yes, yeah.
And since we lost lead jammer with Ludini, the jam obviously is going the full 2 minutes.
But Ludini's back in it, so time to score even more points for the Rosebuds. Nice little juke there. Got past Belladonna on that one. Slayer working, trying to get past the Rosebuds.
Oh, Snitches get Stitches coming in with some offensive help. Not quite able to make anything of it. Meanwhile, Ludini putting 4 more on the board.
Frostbite
3
joining
on the board.
4 defense in the back on Slayer.
There we go. I think that was all end of jam whistles. I don't think there was a penalty in there.
Yeah.
And we've got another timeout. This timeout brought to you once again by RCR's official realtor, Deb Counts-Tabor, and welcome to PDX. And while I have a second, did you already talk about 187 Killer Pads?
I did. I love 187 Killer Pads.
Well, then I'll take the opportunity to say thank you to 888, our other exclusive gear sponsor of RCR, the certified sweat saver, developed, tested, and trusted by the best.
I also love those helmets. I got one recently with a visor for the first time.
Nice.
Really protecting myself.
Yes, you
from
are.
all of from all the face hits that you kind of get when you're a jammer.
I appreciate you protecting yourself, JB.
Me too. Me too. All right. What do you think they talk about out there before they start? I feel like the adults are always serious and they're talking about the game plan and what's going on. Maybe that's what they're talking about. They look serious.
I mean, are we trying to... Well, it's a team timeout, so maybe it's just a lot of, how are you? How did you sleep well? I'm really out of breath. I'm glad I have some water.
Kung Fu Skinny is explaining something to the group there. Telling us how it's all going to work.
Oh, Skinny was organizing something.
Yes.
So that is Sour Snitch, Kung Fu Skinny, Snapdragon, and Billy Fiend.
We got Raven for Ad Astra back on the track, along with 092, which is Apocalypse.
And 09, Sasscracker. There's our whistle. Automata Mia up against Foxy Dash for jammers. Mia quickly to the top of the pack. Beautiful juke. Almost did get around, because of a no pass, no penalty.
Foxy Dash coming through past Snapdragon there. Ooh, good hit by Sasscracker. Drawn back by 092. That was a fast jam for us here. Oh, that was a Zoom Room dog training Apex jump.
Look at you. Woohoo, you got it. Hello, William, Pop-Tart's grandpa gig from Fort Benton, Montana, watching today. Welcome. So happy to have you here.
Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the hangar. All right, that's Slaughtermelon up against Violet. Violet trying to work past the Buds defense there. Ooh, it looks like Melon might get through with only one to beat. Yes, and that is another lead jam for Slaughtermelon. Ooh, big hit by 2-on-1. That's Pop-Tart. Violet is back in the back of the pack, hit up by Lucky Harms, being pulled back. 092 try back there trying to help. It's Apocalypse again, trying to play some offense for the Ad Astra jammer. Sneaking by through on the initial, but Slaughtermelon's also through, getting those points. We got 2 in the box for the Rosebuds right now. That is Pop-Tart and 1-7, Mazzy Scar. Looks like Melon's running it a little bit to clear the box. And Violet's in the back asking for some offensive help and called off.
Melon grabbing all 4?
All 4. 8-point jam. Ad Astra picks up 4.
I would like to say thank you to Black Cat Plumbing, your local neighborhood plumbing company and proud sponsor of RCR since forever.
Since forever. Fast-moving game, getting people out on the track. 918, I think it's our first time seeing Locked and Loaded out there. 092, Apocalypse is getting some playtime today, along with 975, Snitches Get Stitches, and the captain.
Yeah, I can't tell if they have a short jammer rotation or...
I don't know what it is. 49 is out there. Northern Frights, yes.
Ooh, Locked and Loaded. I was watching Locked and Loaded warm up. Yeah. Excited to watch Locked and Loaded.
Ooh, a nice little spin there by Rolling Thunder.
Rolling Thunder has perfected that spin move.
I love it. So when jammers can just kind of roll up. Oh my gosh, I love that. 975 is trying, just pulled her jammer through. Nice job by Rolling Thunder, that last second juke to get by and get the points.
So that is two things that I've seen a lot more of this season than I feel like I haven't in past seasons. Is I've seen a lot more whips lately.
Yeah.
And then a lot of multiplayers.
Yeah. I love to whip. I'm not very fast, but I will, if one of my offenses is nearby, I will be grabbing onto them for stability and help.
I've seen it way more, and I was wondering, actually, I was going to ask one of the officials if there's been a rule change around multiplayers, just because I've seen them called so much more.
Yeah.
Even in like the adult arena where I have not seen a lot of multiplayers.
Yeah. Yeah, I think we got one called on a jammer last night.
Mm-hmm.
Mystery Machine lead jammer.
Because of a whip.
Because of a whip. Ooh, love that little change of direction coming into the pack. Nice work, spinning around, getting through. Mystery Machine picking up 4.
Slayer's still stuck behind all of the Buds blockers. The cap is off. Slayer's pivot is all the way up front, making it a little hard to pass if that's what she's looking for.
That's Slugbug. Slugbug, ooh, taking it so fast, though. That was a great pass right there. Oh, yes. You know, normally we have a sponsor for the passes, looking at the sponsor sheet. Not today, we don't.
They are unsponsored. If you would like to sponsor Star Passes among juniors,
yes,
please email sponsorship@rosecityrollers.com.
An age-appropriate sponsorship, maybe.
Correct.
Incredible work, though. Oh, we got Ludini back on the line.
Oh, yes, we did not have a pivot. Now we do.
Now we do. They're running to get there.
There we go. Ahead of the whistle, everybody's in position. Ludini and Foxy Dash both jamming.
Foxy Dash, I love working the lines. Look at that. So much movement, but Ludini through for lead jam again.
Nice offensive help coming from number 42, Slayer.
That was a wild jump. That was a Zoom room dog training apex jump. I love it. There's 4 words you have to say in order, and I get it. I've gotten it. That was a jump and a spin.
Are we going to see it on replay?
I hope we do.
We are going to see it on replay. Here we go.
Watch it happen. She'll cut to the in. Somehow getting enough speed to do this despite just being on the ground. Boom, twist, turn.
And a spin.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you, Radical Wheels, for that.
That was beautiful.
And our stream team. Dream team. Okay, so on the line, Onomatopoeia up against Violent Violet.
Raven playing some offense there in the back.
That is Apocalypse. I would not be surprised if Apocalypse, just making an end-of-game prediction,
gets MVP?
gets a little MVP.
I agree with that.
Mia
again with lead jam.
Yeah, I've been watching the Buds. They're really doing
Not a surprise
good.
to you.
But Ad Astra is like a huge surprise. I am so impressed by how well they are playing.
I know, they're doing a great job. They're really working, playing some good offense on the Buds defense. Buds defense is just really great at reforming, coming back together after some offense.
The other thing I've noticed about Ad Astra, though, is that they are holding the Buds to 4 and 8-point jams. Buds aren't running away with anything.
No, not at all. Pivot's trying to get back to the front, but being held back there by 2-1. 2-1-1, that's Pop-Tart.
Yeah.
Yeah, Pop-Tart just drawn 9-2 back further and further each time.
Pop-Tart. That's Pop-Tart, LL Cool Slay, Jawbreaker, and Lucky Harms. That's a really mean wall. That's a mean pod in the best way possible.
09 tried to stop. Sasscracker tried to stop Mia there, but ooh.
So 18, absolutely. I saw the penalty on that. Raven got the penalty for hitting Onomatopoeia out.
Mia's coming back to the track, or coming back around to score some more points. 9-2, Killer Quinn.
I was like, where are all the Ad Astra skaters? But the Buds have just gotten them all strung out.
Yeah.
They can't wall up.
There was a cat pass from Violet to the pivot, 9-2. Yeah, to Killer Quinn, who's in the back. But luckily, a call up from Mia means the jam is over for the pivot, so it'll go back to the jammer next time.
And we've got Melon on the line for the Buds up against Slayer, I believe. Yep. Nope. Just kidding. I saw the 4. That's Northern Frights.
Northern Frights.
First time jamming for Northern Frights?
No. I
Okay.
think this is the third one.
I think I've just had my headset off every time they've been
they've
jamming.
up, yeah. Ooh,
Melon
nice.
finding a wide open lane on the outside, through for lead.
Fright's trying to take some offense on the inside. Oh, another little
Nice
like whip
spin.
through, but right into 357 from the Buds.
That is Billy Fiend.
Billy Fiends locked that down.
Melon, beautiful spin move there around turn 2, picking up a quick 4. And we've got the star off, and it looks like we're going to do a star pass from Northern Frights to Slayer.
Oh, yes, cleared the inside there for Slayer.
Melon was down, able to get up and outrun the pack. Since that star pass was completed, Melon going ahead and calling it off after picking up 4.
Rosebuds have kind of gotten away with it now. We're at 79-18.
What that really tells me with that score, though, is that the Buds' defense is locked in.
Locked in for sure. We've seen a lot more star passes, I would say, in like the last couple of minutes than near the beginning when Buds were getting lead.
We were set up for a sweep.
Rolling Thunder, yes, follows her offense so well, but gets hit out. Locked and loaded back on the track. Rolling Thunder does not want to be drawn all the way back, is waiting there.
But any second that you're not on the track.
Ooh, little spin and a turn by Foxy Dash. Let me peek the mic each time I announce. The excitement is just too much. Yeah, Scott Manning in the chat saying spinning apex jump. I know what that's about.
Scott Manning, Tofurious, you could be here with us.
Tofurious, you're missing out on the action right now.
No, I don't think he really is. I think he's
okay. You're here. You're in the.
You're here in spirit.
Yes. You're missing out on the concessions and the beautiful sunshine. Great call off by Foxy Dash.
Rolling Thunder going and taking a seat in that Rebel Heart Therapy penalty box at the whistle on a cut track, which means Ad Astra is going to start in a power jam this next jam. It will be up to these Buds blockers to neutralize that power jam as much as possible.
Also, shout out to Foxy Dash. I think that's the most amount of points put up in a single jam so far for Ad Astra.
I believe you are correct.
All right, on the track for Ad Astra to play some offense. We got Raven. We got Locked and Loaded.
Locked and Loaded is ready to
Snitches
knock that brace out.
All right. Slayer. Ooh, hit out by a Kung Fu Skinny.
Yeah, Billy Fiend and Kung Fu Skinny. Snapdragon covering the inside.
Ooh, finding some space in the middle and pass.
Beautiful job.
Great work by Slayer.
Thunder not even standing in the box yet. Slayer's going to be able to make a full scoring pass.
Right through the middle there, but does not find any daylight in the back of the Buds defense with Snapdragon.
And Skinny.
Oh, and here comes Massey Scar, I believe, to, 1-7.
Everybody sort of clumped up on the back stretch there. Rolling Thunder out of the box.
Looking for maybe a pass, but nope, called off.
And Ad Astra picking up all 4 on that, holding the Buds scoreless, I believe, for the first jam as well.
Wow, yeah. Great work by both the offense and the defense in that jam. Could have been bad for the Buds. That was a very good initial pass, getting through pretty quickly.
Down on the track, we've got
1-4, Violet again for Ad Astra.
And Mystery Machine for the Buds.
Ooh, Mystery Machine through on the inside line.
Wide open inside line.
Pivot is motioning to the cap. That's Slugbug looking for the pass there. Violet taking, almost got that inside line after seeing them get distracted by Slugbug.
Mystery Machine recycled back to almost the jam line.
Slugbug looking, got the pass, tiptoeing through the inside line, got it. Pop-Tart trying to...
Pop-Tart succeeding.
Succeeding on getting them knocked out. But still a call off by Mystery Machine, so...
Interesting. I don't know that would have been my choice, but it made sense.
Yeah. Great work. Ooh, we get to see this replay of Mystery Machine really working that outside line. Northern Frights again.
And Ludini.
And Ludini. Ludini, thanks for wearing different shorts so it's easy to identify who you are.
Ludini receiving some offense right off the line there by Sour Snitch. Snitch setting up again to offer that assistance. Northern Frights up at the top of the pack.
Trying
to get around Skinny. Ludini up at the top, pushing one to beat in the pivot. Ludini lead jammer Buds.
Looks like Violent and Violet is out there as a pivot for this jam, so they're mixing things up a little bit so the pivots can take the cat pass, and it's working.
There is a star pass. Oh, beautiful hit attempt by Snap. Not quite able to make anything out of it.
Ludini trying to get some last second points, but being recycled by Snitches Get Stitches.
Yeah.
Only 3 points that jam, so maybe having the jammers be the pivots for the latter half of this is helping them.
Frostbite, the only blocker in that Rebel Heart Therapy penalty box, in on a multiplayer. See, another multiplayer.
Frostbite, come on.
Frosty,
I didn't see what you did, but I'm sure you're innocent.
she's my neighbor. Of course she's innocent.
Oh, cute.
Like my legitimate neighbor.
Wow, like right next door?
Flag lot right next door to us, yeah.
Wow.
Onomatopoeia and Foxy Dash.
Foxy Dash. Ooh. Whoa.
Whoa,
Oh,
somehow
no
managed
stops.
to stay in bounds. That was gorgeous.
That was beautiful. The center of gravity must be crazy.
And
Ooh,
then
that might be a back block.
A black block. Well, we're just going to call it illegal contact.
Yeah, understandable. Sorry, Foxy.
I feel like if I was a ref, that would just be what I would call all the time. Just illegal contact. I don't know what it is, but I know it was illegal.
Yeah, it's, you saw some things happen, you're like, maybe not that. Mia's trying at the top of the pack, but not getting much work against Sasscracker, Apocalypse, and who else is out there?
Oh, Slay pushing Apocalypse out.
Oh, Slugbug at the pivot there, trying to, with a penalty.
Looks like it was a direction. Those are my favorite penalties. I got lots of them when I was playing.
Whenever I block, I get that, and I get destruction because I don't understand pack definition rules because I never had to learn.
Who does?
What jammer really, I mean, maybe the better jammers know the pack definition rules, but definitely not me. Whoa, Foxy Dash with a little backbend there.
Yoga on the track. Frostbite throwing down the bridge.
Love it. Oh, great work. Foxy Dash through.
Buds hopefully coming back for an all-out offensive assault here. And Mia out.
Got Stitches out of the way. Oh, nice work past Slugbug there.
Beautiful. Foxy read the pack so perfectly there.
Foxy, I can understand why you're on Team USA. Some great work.
Same girl, same. Oh! You and I both maxing out the mics there. That was a unintentional contact between both of the jammers there.
Hard hits today. Oh, wow, another little spin. I think we need a sponsor for spinning jammers.
Yeah,
I think that'd be great. We could have another, I don't know, Zoom room dog training if you want to sponsor the spins too. I feel like you can teach, I mean, you teach dogs how to spin. We teach our jammers how to spin. It's functionally the same thing.
I like how you were going for existing jammers. I was like, maybe a blender company.
Oh, a blender company would be fun
maybe
too.
Vitamix wants to do the jammer spin move sponsor.
Vitamix, if you're listening to this,
Talk
to us.
If you're watching 2025 Bridge City Riot Juniors Roller Derby Tournament,
you know who to talk to.
Slaughtermelon, meanwhile, lead jammer for the Buds.
I feel like Slaughtermelon almost has, if not 100% lead percentage, maybe he only didn't get lead once so far.
Skinny headed to the penalty box on an illegal procedure.
Great hit by Slugbug, but it was not enough to stop Melon. Nice work by Raven. Ooh, pushing at the top and a little spin around.
The awesome thing about Slaughtermelon is that she's a great jammer. She's also just a really nice kid.
Aw.
She's delightful.
I love to hear that. And through for some more points.
I should say the entire team is delightful.
Yeah. What if you were like, and some of these kids
are
not.
Real mean. No, just kidding. They are all delightful humans.
They are all very sweet. Oh, here we go.
Skinny out of the box, coming in hot for that offense, but also just setting up to receive the pivot on a star pass here.
Yeah, I saw Melon looking for Skinny to play some offense, and then nothing happened. Melon's like, okay, I guess I'll take the out still.
I'll just do it myself. I'd like to say thank you to Ritual Dyes, Portland's local yarn shop with hand-dyed yarn tools and more, owned by a Buds parent and Wreckers skater.
Yeah,
Wooly
let's go
Bully.
Wreckers. We love Wooly. We love the Wreckers.
And that would be Mazzy and Blueberry Ruffin's parent, if I am not mistaken.
I believe you're right. I wonder if Wooly, are you in the house? I hope you are.
Actually, I think Mazzy is Blueberry Ruffin.
Oh, just like with the changed name?
Yes.
I see. I guess we'll have to look at Wooly's name in the Slack because I'm sure that's been updated.
It is. It's Pancakes and Mazzy Star. Mazzy used to be Blueberry Ruffin.
Gotcha.
I believe.
Shout out to Becky in the chat. Good blocking, Raven. Raven's really holding it down today.
Ad Astra is on fire right now.
Making a good comeback in this latter half of the first.
Making the Buds work for it.
Yeah.
I hear so many whistles.
Oh, a cut track for Violet and Violet.
Okay, there we go. That's going to leave Rolling Thunder in a power jam.
Big hit. Locked and loaded, taking him to the back, though. 2-6. Belladonna joining there. Little two-wall action, holding down Rolling Thunder.
Not sure how that wasn't a forearm, but I am not a ref.
And you know what? I couldn't be. I would have to learn a lot more rules than I currently know.
I would have to fill my brain with so much more knowledge.
Oh, nice offense there. Who was in the back playing the offense? Was that Jawbreaker? No.
Probably Pop-Tart would be my guess.
Who was that person?
That's LO Cool Slay.
Cool Slay. I'm sorry, dog. I couldn't see your number.
We have a minute left in period 1 here. We've got 2 Ad Astra in that Rebel Heart Therapy penalty box. It's locked and loaded, and also their jammer.
I believe it's Violent Violet.
Yes,
there.
I do believe you are correct. We've got Mystery Machine on the Jam on Hawthorne jammer line. Buds are setting up for a sweep.
Ooh.
Mystery Machine has a power jam for somewhere less than 10 seconds.
Stopped by 92. That's Killer Quinn being recycled all the way to the back by, once again, 975. I believe that's Snitches Get Stitches.
It is.
Ooh.
Mystery Machine with a skate out of bounds, rolled back by Snitches Get Stitches. The captain of Ad Astra.
Nice work. And again, Snitches Get Stitches doing a great job defensively.
Ooh, Violent Violet unfortunately headed back to the penalty box on an illegal contact. That is going to leave Mystery Machine in a power jam for a full 30 seconds this time.
Great defense up there. I believe that's Slugbug again. Great work for the pivot.
That is Slugbug, and number is at 92. Killer Quinn.
Killer Quinn.
Mystery Machine out on initial.
Locked and loaded back there, playing some defense. Slugbug, next line of defense. And 9-2 can't stop
that
Mr.
was
Machine,
definitely something illegal.
And that was the direction. Mystery Machine said, that's enough, I think.
And so here we are, fast and furious. That was period 1. We've got about a 10-minute intermission. That is plenty of time for you to go get something to eat or drink out of your fridge at home before JB and I come back and conclude this amazing Game 1 of Bridge City Riot 2025. I'm Dr. Noms. I'll see you in about 9.5 minutes.
All right, see y'all.
Hey folks, did you know that your head is not normal? No one's is. If your helmet size is a small, but your teammate's size is an extra large, wearing the same helmet shell doesn't just look kind of funny. The functionality of the EPS foam and how it disperses impact energy is compromised.
The 888 certified Sweat Saver comes in better shell size options than our leading competitor,
giving you the highest level of protection upon impact. Try it for yourself. We've got you covered.
Testing 1 2, testing 1 2. Inquiry number 80393, company is Seba Guide.
Hello, hello, hello. We have 2 minutes left of intermission. Going to take a look at the penalty count for now. Looks like nobody on the Buds is in big trouble. We got Frostbite with 3. Everybody else is at 2 or less. On Ad Astra, we got Raven with 3. And your captain, 975, which is Snitches Get Stitches, is at 4. But nobody's in particular trouble here, so I think it'll be a good second half. A great first game here at Bridge City Riots. Very exciting for 2025 Junior Roller Derby. The kids are getting warmed back up, lined up. Looks like we are almost done with halftime. Great time to shout out our sponsors once again. Shout out to the Buffalo Gap Saloon and Eatery. Love to eat there. John Landing's favorite eatery and saloon. Perfect for an after practice snack. They have really good chicken tenders there.
They have really good lots of stuff.
They have a great menu. I just always get the chicken tenders.
Yeah, no, chicken tendies are a thing. They have steak bites that are really good too.
I need to try those.
Most of their salads are really good.
I've seen people eat the salads there before too, and those look delicious.
I love French fries, and they have very, very, very good French fries. Their
just
wings
ravenous.
are good. Like,
Oh,
I actually don't think that there's a single thing on their
well,
menu
now
that
I want to go there after.
I don't think there's anything on their menu that I have eaten that I have not enjoyed.
I agree with that. I really like eating there, and after a tough practice, it's always great to fuel up with the protein.
Porcano is one that I haven't been to. I said it last night on the stream. I haven't been to Porcano in forever. I do that. I do the read all the time. I'm like, I need to go to Porcano.
I go and like we'll pick up like 3 tacos. There's a Porcano in between my house and Franklin High School where I coach high school debate. And so sometimes coming home from Franklin High School, I'm like, I'm going to pick up my 3 tacos from Porcano as a little treat for having worked today. And then I go home and eat them.
You deserve little treats.
Thank you. I agree. I've never seen this happen before. What are they doing? They're doing like a check on all the gear?
They have to do a second gear check. So the first, they do a gear check before the game starts, and that is a hands-on physical gear check. And then they do a second gear check at the comeback for period 2, and it's just a verbal confirmation.
Oh.
That they've got their helmet, that their Ys are in the right place, that they've got their mouth guard, their toe stops are on appropriately, they've got elbows, wrists, and knees.
Dang, they just trust the adults that we have them all on correctly.
Adults are allowed to make poor choices.
That's true. I mean, we did see a kneecap go loose at the last
A kneecap or a knee pad?
Knee pad. Well, like the cap of the knee pad.
Okay.
Flew off.
I feel like that's a very important distinction.
We didn't see somebody lose their kneecap. That would be terrible, actually.
That's horrifying. People are gonna be like, "Is that why it was all paused last night?" No, that was just a bump on the head.
Yeah,
and
Belle was fine, and Belle ended up getting MVP, so came back from that. All right, we're back in the chat, too.
Has more stuff happened?
No, y'all aren't talking to us very much today.
Shame.
What's going on, folks? Me trying to pull up the chat again.
JB and I are fully caffeinated at this point and definitely need an outlet for some of that energy.
Oh, for sure. Talk to us in the chat. Give us something else to talk about besides these wonderful skaters and maybe some penalties.
Give us some flavor on the skaters. Because again, at Astra, Topeka, Kansas, thank you so much for being here. But I know nothing about you, and I want to know everything about you.
Everybody shout out your favorite places in Topeka, Kansas. Mine, the mall.
I'm glad they have one.
It's kind of, I mean, the Topeka, Kansas people will tell you.
I feel like
it's falling apart, but
most malls are.
Most malls are.
I feel like I've been to Topeka before.
Yeah.
Maybe not. I went to Nebraska a lot. My dad grew up in Nebraska.
Oh.
So whatever's like across the line from Omaha.
Yeah, probably Kansas City is where you would have been. Yeah, people don't really travel through Topeka very much. My first job ever was at Starlight Skating Rink, which is now a brewery, in Topeka, Kansas. And I worked the concessions, and then I was like the DJ/skate guard, and I was 14 years old, getting paid like $3 an hour.
That's criminal and hilarious.
I think it was illegal, but I loved it. I used to be at the skating rink.
It was Kansas.
It was Kansas. It was like I don't know how they got away with it, but it was like a recreational job or something like that, so they didn't have to pay us very much.
Oh, Ludini in a power jam capitalizes on it. 5 seconds in, lead jammer is declared.
And Violet is back on the track already, though. Hitting that defense, taking the cap, passing it.
Yep.
Nice, right to Slayer.
Pop-Tart right there.
Pop-Tart.
Making it happen.
Hit her out. Ugh. Drawing her back. Ooh.
Pop-Tart is such a technical player. He is amazing.
Hard hits, can tell. They're getting super low for those hits, too.
And just such a clean skater.
Nice. Ludini staying in despite that hit on the outside, picking up 4 more points.
That was a direction. 975, yeah.
Oh, that is 975's 5th penalty for the game.
She turned yellow on our tracker.
Whoa. Locked and loaded in the back with Raven for defense, but a call off from Ludini after putting up 12 points.
I think 12.
12.
I don't think it's 16. I think it's 12.
All right, good job, Ludini.
Excellent
Great
job.
work. Raven staying on the track, asking for 2 more players. Nobody's coming. The pivot's there. Looks like Slugbug again.
1,
Yep.
2, 3, 4. Okay.
Would like. Okay, yeah, now they have. Yes,
they're
yeah, they
there.
have enough.
They have
Okay,
them
I
all.
see, I see.
It-
Oh,
I
Mia
can't-
right through.
I can't do blocker math either when people are in the penalty box.
Yeah.
The blocker math doesn't add up anymore.
Foxy Dash was almost through on that outside line, but got stopped, I believe, by Snapdragon.
There's a good chance it was Snap.
Oh, that's Kung Fu Skinny. That's 701.
Well, that's the other good chance.
Yes, yes. Both of them defense. Great work. Frostbite's also out
I
there.
was going to say Frosty with a really nice hit to the inside there on Foxy Dash.
And Sour Snitch rounding out the defense. Lockdown. 975 playing some offense, and Foxy Dash is through. Mia got a cut track.
Snapdragon skates during the home team season for my team, my daughter's team, Undead Avengers. I was going to say Sour Snitch does too, but Sour Snitch skates for the Bites.
Oh, I love that.
Frostbite also skates for the Bites. I want to say Skinny's DSTD, but I'm not entirely sure. Mia hit to the outside, recycled all the way back by number 18. That is our favorite Raven.
Raven. Violent Violet now playing some defense.
Oh, Becky's all up over the chat here.
Oh, Becky.
Which one is from Topeka? JB is from.
JB, Judge Booty. I moved here to Portland in 2018 after I graduated college. Been here for 7 years now.
Did you play Derby in Topeka?
I did a few of the it's not even 101. It's like intro skater stuff with the Capital City Crushers. So I got some skates on, got some pads on. But I would say my true Derby home is here. I did the 101 program here. Played for the Wreckers here. I play for the Heathers now for one of the home teams. So.
And Renee, shout out to Apocalypse from her former coach, Thunder Buddy. Oh, that's nice.
Apocalypse.
Our home is Skateaway, which used to be Starlight West.
Yes, I've skated at Skateaway a few times. It was definitely better than Starlight. Starlight had some big cracks in the floor, which is very hard to skate over.
And then Bearable is indifferent on the teams, so just cheering for anyone. Team does something cool, cheer.
I do that too.
Bearable, I like that you were just constantly cheering. So are JB and I.
Yes, the Crushers. I actually played in a mashup game, I think 2 Decembers ago. I happened to be in town for Christmas, and there was a Christmas Halloween type mashup, so I got to play with some of the Crushers, and then some people from Nebraska and Texas as well. So my family got to watch me skate in person.
Look at this Topeka connection.
Topeka, top city.
Okay, well, back
to our
back
game.
to the track. And we've got Slaughtermelon and Foxy Dash.
Foxy Dash is in the penalty box, the Rebel Heart penalty box again. Oh, but she's out. She's coming around. You just can't see her yet.
There she is. Well, just kidding.
We can see her.
We can see her. There we go.
Here she
On the
comes.
back
There she goes.
straightaway.
Oh, spin, spin, spin. Oh, but got out of bounds.
That was Slay. I think Slay caught a piece of Foxy as she came past and spun her to the inside.
Ooh, great work by Snitches Get Stitches. Holding down Melon at the top.
Yeah, really courting a direction, I feel like.
Got to be careful with 5. Slayer taking her to the back, but also went out of bounds. So.
Raven with the direction. I knew somebody up there was courting a direction.
We're courting. Oh.
Ooh, 42.
That's Slayer.
Headed to the penalty box. That's Slayer's
Also for a
second
direction.
penalty, though. That's
That's
it.
not bad, Slayer.
Oh, Melon is not lead
Ooh, that's
jammer.
going to get another penalty maybe for not immediately exiting the track for that.
Yes, Melon did get a double penalty. Somebody got a double
975. Oh, no, 975's re-entering, so maybe not.
Okay, we finally have a lead jammer, 90 seconds in. I feel like somebody did have a double penalty. It was 975, who is now has hit expulsion.
Ooh. Sorry to the captain, 975.
So what happens when they hit red, and they're still in the jam?
I don't know. I
Oh,
guess.
okay.
No,
She's
maybe
exiting
she's
the
exiting
track.
now.
Okay.
Maybe she figured it out. Lisa here from Topeka cheering for Raven and Violet, both of your granddaughters. Oh, they're related.
Oh, wow. So
That's
975 failed to hear the penalty for like a solid minute. So this is the double penalty, and this is with 23 minutes left in the game. That is going to be a punishing thing for a punishing outcome.
Hi, we have friends up here in the mezzanine getting my keys to go get in the trunk of my car.
Hi, Bridgetown Riot. Hello, Witch Slap Gay Fieri here. Hope you're doing well.
Do you guys want to announce with us later? You totally can.
They do not want to announce. They do not want the power.
I would be so happy if Gay and Witch decided to come and announce.
Put it in the chat. Say you want Gay and Witch to announce.
You could do. I'm going to be here all weekend. You wouldn't get to do it with JB.
Yeah. Gay Witch announcing. The blue team is from my hometown.
Oh my God, really?
Yeah. We got some Topeka lore going on in the chat. Topeka lore. I'm around. I don't remember where I parked. I'm always here.
Okay, so yes, 975 escorted off the track.
Woof. You hate to see it.
We do.
But hey, only up from here for the rest of the tournament, so 975 fouled out, yes. I think hang out. If you want to watch us do this, you can observe for a little bit. Or
Do you want to? Do you want to announce?
Yes,
Great.
but I don't know what
This is a learnament this weekend. So we have everybody here learning. We've got primary announcers on every game in House and Stream. But if you wanted to jump in anywhere and just get your feet wet, you totally can.
Rolling Thunder got lead jammer. Ooh, looks like the cap was already passed. Ooh, but dropped. Slugbug's picking it up off the ground. Rolling Thunder almost through on the outside line, but hit out by 1-4. That is Violent Violet. Taking up some blocker work after jamming a little bit the first half. Holding it down, honestly, as a blocker in the back. Slugbug doing a little bit of defense there for a second. Hit by 1-8. Violent Violet at the top, holding down Rolling Thunder. And Rolling Thunder through. Getting those 4 points. Slugbug still working against the Buds defense.
I realize we have a penalty tracker, but our house announcers do not have a penalty tracker.
Oh, interesting.
That was why Pinky was like, was that a foul out? Yes, it was.
Yes, it was. We got the inside knowledge here on the stream.
I usually just have to use my best eyesight and see if things have changed color.
Oh.
That's what I do.
Yeah, one of the weeks that Ham and I did it, the tracker didn't work. Ooh, somebody else is in penalty trouble.
Ooh, was that the week that everything went wrong?
Yeah. When
the scoreboard went down.
When Ham and I talked on the stream for half an hour.
Oh, my goodness.
Slayer drawn back, Rolling Thunder there. Ooh, and a penalty.
Violet just hit 5 penalties.
All right.
I mean, I don't want to say the good news, but the Buds can afford to have a power jam against them at this point.
Yes, yes. Slug. Oh, no, that was just 1-8 pushing through. Raven playing some offense there for Ad Astra. Power jam, Slugbug, who was originally the pivot, trying to work, but ooh, that was Kung Fu Skinny with the hit out. Almost a cut track there, but that's the end of the jam.
I was looking for the cut track, but they read it really well and did not pull a penalty there. So we're doing good.
We're staying together. Everyone's working. Farrell says, "Go Thunder." Becky says, "Way to go, Slayer, drawing the back block."
Oh, Gabe, hey, it's nice to see you. Oh, and my husband.
Oh, hey.
Hi, husband. Seth Ferris, that's my husband.
Please help announce. I'll tell Gay in which you said that.
Or are you volunteering, my love? Have my husband up on stream with me?
Oh, yeah.
I already have my kid on stream most of the time.
Yeah, get the whole, it's a family affair. Get them all up here.
Heck yeah.
All right, that's an official timeout.
This official timeout brought to you by Welcome to PDX, RCR's official realtor. Do you remember the last game before COVID times hit, you and I had matching outfits?
Yes, I do, because I used to be the halftime wrangler in before times as my volunteer position.
In the before. I love that we just all refer to it as the before times.
Yes, how things were back then. Oh, we're getting ready for this. Rolling Thunder is standing, getting ready to leave, and has already left the penalty box, so it's going to be a very short amount of offense there for Ad Astra. That's number 49, Northern Frights. Rolling Thunder, managed to get through with the spin. Got lead jammer status, even though they're still beating one at the top. Yeah.
Ooh, and read that from Apocalypse. Apocalypse only had maybe one wheel.
Ooh. Big hit in the back.
But we're just going to get up and keep going.
Yeah, that's why we wear mouth guards.
These
keeping it
kids
safe.
are tough as nails.
Glad you like it.
Oh my gosh! Oh my God! Now we do have a picture of us wearing matching outfits. For some reason, that's not the one I remember. I was thinking of like the sparkly vest I used to wear.
No, that's the one that I have.
I love that.
Like you and I.
And I still own that, except for I had to cut off the sleeves because
they're a sensory nightmare.
Yeah, I couldn't wear the sleeves anymore. Oh, here goes another jam. 6-1-2 Mystery Machine being drawn back by Raven. Ooh, give a little hit to Raven.
Foxy Dash jamming for Ad Astra.
Ooh,
that
big
was
hit
a
there
low
by
block.
Slayer, yeah. Slayer's still going, but nope. Going to the penalty box now. Mystery Machine with one to beat at the top. More to beat. Oh, out of play. There we go. Pack is in the back now. Foxy Dash working. Little bippity bop in the back. Up against 357. That's Billy Fiend.
Ad Astra with more than double the penalties that the Buds have. Ad Astra has 3-0 penalties. Cumulative.
Wow.
For the game.
Wow, wow, wow.
To the Buds 15.
It's kind of tough sometimes, you know, skating on a new floor against new people. Sometimes you get a little hog wild out there. Wow, big hit by 808. That's Snapdragon. Snapdragon got a penalty for that.
Yeah, I was pretty sure there was a cut track in there.
Yeah, I thought so too. I didn't see Snap go out of bounds, but Mystery Machine still jamming. Foxy Dash through a little juke to the outside. That's okay.
Around
3-5-7.
Billy.
That's okay, Billy.
It was Billy.
It's hard when there's just one of you and the jammer's got speed.
Oh, that.
Ooh,
so didn't Foxy do that earlier in the game?
Yeah.
The jump spin.
Yes, that was.
It is
a little spin there
gorgeous.
Too. All right.
Mystery Machine getting rolled back by number 42, Slayer.
Right there in the back. Rejoined over there by Snapdragon out of the penalty box. That's the call off or the end of the jam.
One or the other.
One or the other. I think it was just the end. All right. 18 minutes left in the game. We're feeling good. The coffee is flowing. We got our we got two people in penalty trouble now on Ad Astra.
Yellow just means that you can get two more.
That's crazy though. Unfortunately, that's Violet, and Raven now in penalty with 5 penalties each.
Two of Ad Astra's other real major players that have been in heavy rotation.
Yeah, they've been playing a lot.
Louis up at the top of the pack. Let go. Lead jammer Buds. And we've got a star pass. It is so hard to not say the sponsor read that I've said
used to
7,000 times.
Yes. Slayer's trying to work. Ooh, hit out by Lucky Harms. Violet. Ooh.
Oh, yeah, Louis.
Moving her out, too.
Louis caught the whole pack sleeping there.
Yep.
Making it look easy. Is it going to happen again? It might.
It might.
Oh, Pop-Tart in
defense.
with the offense, allowing Louis to get through for another 4.
Slayer's up against Mazzy Scar, Lucky Harms, and Jawbreaker in the back. Tough tripod. Ooh, but finally get some movement. Oh, but that's a penalty.
And that is the 6th penalty for Violent Violet. Oh, and Louis is now in a power jam.
All right.
Because of a low block.
Right through on that inside. We got the Buds holding down number 9-2 in the back. That's Killer Quinn.
Barabo says that it sounds like they're listening to a podcast while watching Derby. You kind of are.
You are. It's just all of our thoughts.
Slayer is my favorite blammer. Sad I'm not there this weekend. Becky, you are here in our hearts. Just keep tuning in. And then Lisa, the Meyer sisters are close to fouling out. Are they sisters? Well, we did just have another foul out.
Uh-oh, that's number 1-4. That's
Violet.
Oh, yeah, somebody above had said that the granddaughters, right?
Lisa here from cheering for Raven and Violet, both of my granddaughters. Yes, more
Lisa, you got to talk to them about the penalties.
We're cheering a lot. I'm not.
I looked down. I didn't see it.
Because 32-point jam. That's what we are cheering about. You and I podcasting away, completely
We're
missing
reading the
score.
comments. We're like, it's a power jam. Ludini's scoring. Sorry, bud. That was a great jam.
That was a fantastic jam. That is worthy of cheering.
Yes.
So now Ad Astra down from 12 skaters to 10 skaters with 2 foul outs.
Yeah, taking a team time out right now. Recouping.
11 skaters.
Welcome to PDX, your official realtor. Shout out to that sponsor. We love them.
Lisa Martin, yes, 14 and 18.
Lisa said, I know, right? Lisa, tell your granddaughters we gotta lock it in for the next game.
18 is still doing okay.
Yes.
Raven has
some wiggle room.
1 to 2 penalties of wiggle room.
This is how you pick your favorite granddaughter. I'm just kidding. You wouldn't do that.
I feel like it's the in-subs. People are getting the doubles, and it's the in-subs.
Oh, is it from not skating directly to the...
Probably, because both of these are a direction and an in-sub, so not... And our refs are real heavy.
Oh, thank you, Lisa, for saying we're great at announcing. We're having a great time.
It is mostly just an unadulterated stream of consciousness.
Yes, in the past games I've announced, I've said it's how I watch most games. It's like I wish that people would just listen to me talk the whole time, but this way I have a captive audience because I have a microphone.
A totally captive audience.
It's a dream come true for somebody who loves to hear themselves talk.
And the other wonderful thing about being on stream is that everything else is blanked out. All we can really hear is ourselves talk.
It's great. We can kind of hear the in-house announcers in the background, but like not really. Unless we stop talking, then I hear them more.
Oh.
Which that rarely happens. Oh, well, since we have an official timeout, we'll shout out some more of our sponsors. Support Roller Rally. That's not a sponsor, but this is an announcement. Roller Rally, our annual junior program fundraiser, kicks off today. We need your help hitting our goal. Our junior program includes almost 200 youth skaters ages 7 to 17 who some of the strongest, most talented young athletes in PDX. Help us keep youth roller derby accessible and support Roller Rally today by texting ROLLERS25 to 44321 or visiting rosecityrollers.com/roller rally. We appreciate your support.
Roller Rally is very, very important to the juniors program. Meanwhile, on Mia, lead jammer, Buds.
Yeah, attend Roller Rally and you'll get to see Mia get lead jammer more. Even more than she already is. Ooh, a little spin, little work on the inside line. I love to see it.
Bearable says we should start a podcast.
Oh my gosh, thank you. People need to stop telling me that. It's going to go to my head.
Northern Frights jamming for Ad Astra. Northern Frights, I was going to say, was going to do a little bit of jammer on jammer action there. It did get Mia to come off the skates for a second.
Big hit by Raven there.
Billy's okay.
Hard to do some jammer defense when your blockers are too far ahead of you, so you're not really able to help plug when the jammer just has to juke past one of their own blockers to get to the other defense.
That was a nice big hit by Sasscracker. I thought it was going to get a direction penalty, but it didn't.
Nice, holding it down right there, too, against Mia. Little two-wall. Still a question of, the jammer's just full on playing defense now.
Oh, Renee Robertson says that they would also listen to that podcast.
Oh, my gosh, thank you.
JB, you are.
Thank you.
We are trying to get JB to do more announcing. JB has historically announced for the adults. But, I mean, come on, juniors are fun.
Juniors are fun. I will say, I spent time before the game looking at everybody's numbers and trying to memorize their names so I wouldn't have to keep looking at the sheet the whole game. But with the adult teams, it's easy because I know who everybody is.
Yeah,
so I don't have to work nearly as hard, and I have a lot of background info about them already. You know, I have my own beefs. I have my own my frenemies.
Well, you know who everybody is unless they're skating under other
different
names or
Yes, which
wearing other jerseys.
Okay, well, that's the Heather's fault. That's not my fault.
Yes, OMG, fudge duty, judge booty.
Yeah, so me and several of the jammers on the Heathers have been skating under different names for the beginning of the season because we didn't have our own jerseys.
Which makes the announcers love you
Yes.
a lot.
Well, I mean, you didn't have to talk about me very much. I think I've only gotten lead a handful of times. So, but my favorite so far has been Fudge Duty. That's a fan favorite.
We did like calling that one.
I did like when Handsome skated as the Dirt Man. She has a jersey. She did buy an additional jersey that says the Dirt Man on the back. So.
Yeah, no, the whole time I was like, keep a little dirt under your pillow for the Dirt Man in case he comes to town.
I went home that night and I took some dirt and I sprinkled it under my pillow and sent a video.
Put
a video up on the Heather's Instagram about that. For our main man, the Dirt Man. Ooh, Foxy Dash almost doing a little spin on the inside again. Defense in the back. Defense in the back.
I love how as this game has gone on, we've talked less and less about the Derby game.
Yeah. That's not how it goes, though. It's kind of like the Derby's happening. You can see the Derby happening. You can see the penalty count. Like Killer Quinn. No, that's not Killer Quinn. Oh, 9 is Sasscracker.
Sasscracker is, but also putting on a clinic this game.
Yes, yeah.
On some real artful hits.
It's going to be hard to pick a MVP for the Astra team. Ooh. So many people doing so well.
Mellon with a big hit to the inside.
092 leaving the track with a penalty. And we'll not get an in-sub for that because she left so...
At a 90-degree angle.
Left at a 90-degree angle. Our refs love when you leave at a 90-degree angle.
That's what I was going to say earlier. Is our refs are real big on that. They're quick on the in-sub.
Yes.
The double penalty.
Yeah, you cannot stay on the track skating back towards the penalty box. Which is understandable. The officials love rules, and we love them. Nice little replay here. Ooh, yes, of the Foxy Dash spin.
And then the Pop-Tart. The Pop-Tart hit to the inside.
Popped him right out. Ooh, a four-corner start by the Buds. Four corners to 2-2. Oh, and offense is going to be on the out, it looks like. Yep, Rolling Thunder fall on the offense. Then go through the middle. Yeah, Rolling Thunder.
That was beautifully set up by those blockers.
Raven jamming right now. I don't think we've seen Raven jam yet. Oh, playing some defense, it looks like. Whoa, big hits. Big hit, but legal but painful, it seems.
Yep.
Oh, that's smart.
Oh,
wow.
yeah. Thunder.
That's so good.
Raven, you're going to get yourself in some trouble here.
I'm going to keep that in my mind.
Just cut through the middle?
Yeah, because, wait, can you do that?
She
just did. So.
She did it, and nobody called her on it.
We'll have a ref check-in about this because a few weeks ago, one of the younger jammers on the Betties brought me all the way back.
Ad Astra's now asking for an official review.
Oh, okay, so maybe a good question.
That might be what we are officially reviewing.
Before I lock that into my memory as a strategy, oh, look at Breadpool out there in his nice clothing and his tie.
I do love Breadpool. Renee, how many penalties does Paco have? 092, 1.
Yeah,
a
great
singular low block from period to jam 9.
And there are 2 people on Ad Astra who have no penalties, and that is Gnarly Quinn, 0, and 49, which
Northern
is
Frights.
Northern Frights, 0 penalties.
And then 2 other folks are sitting at 1. Number 26, Belladonna, 1 illegal procedure, and 92. Killer Quinn with another illegal procedure.
Incredible. Oh, we got him up on the screen now. Oh, we got some Buds with no penalties either. A great, clean game. That's like, who is it? 199, Melon. 2-1, Lucky Harms, Billy Fiend, 222, LL Cool Slay, 4-4. Who are you, 4-4? Sour Snitch. Sorry, Sour Snitch. And 612, Mystery Machine. No penalties.
Pop-Tart's waving. Is Pop-Tart waving at us?
Pop-Tart, where are you at?
Pop-Tart's down there. Pinky? Do you want Pinky Pop-Tart?
What? Oh, thank you. You're welcome.
Absolutely.
I don't know what
we're saying thank you for, but I'll take it.
Great time. Great time. They're vibing with like 11 minutes left in the game. I wonder what the official review will result in.
I wonder what it's about.
I want a resolution.
You want clarification
I want
for
a
the through the
clarification,
middle.
yes. Well, what I was saying was like a few weeks ago, McGrady on the Betties hit me out right at the jam start and then drew me all the way back. And I was like, I'm not 18. I'm not going to run all the way back here very quickly. I'm going to take my time.
And you theoretically could have just, we're showing off some splits and flexibility in the middle.
Whoa.
Sass Cracker with the splits. Oh.
Whoa. Great job, everybody.
I could try to do that, but I don't think I would get back up again.
At this point right now, I definitely couldn't.
I would probably end up with a groin pull.
I did do this at ROM, and I jumped into the splits, and then I pulled my hamstring, and then I couldn't skate for a month.
I would have paid to see that.
Oh, yeah. Many people did. Thank God it was not recorded anywhere.
Are we?
We're still reviewing. We're still chatting. Let's go back to, can we get the camera back on Breadpool for a second?
Oh, Bearable. The real game is looking at the refs' derby names and laughing because they're great. They are.
Look how handsome he is.
Breadpool is super handsome.
He looks so serious right now.
He's definitely, he's Team No Fun today, right?
Oh, really?
Team No Fun.
Okay, yep. Now we're back.
Screw Lucy.
Hi, everybody. Thanks for coming. The blue team was requesting a cut call on the white jammer. The white jammer was knocked out to the inside here, used the inside to seed, came on this side to re-enter. That is not illegal. They will not retain their official review.
Look at you, JB.
Wow! I'm going to learn so much. Somebody tell McGrady. Smack, you're in the chat. Actually, don't tell McGrady. I'm going to know this for my own.
Yeah, you should spring that on somebody. Look at you.
Rolling Thunder, thank you for your help in my derby career.
Getting knowledge from the juniors games.
I learned so much all the time from the kids. Last night,
Emma says hi, JB.
Hi, Smack.
And also agree that Breadpool is the handsome.
Yeah, we know he is a handsome man. Ooh, great attempt to the outside.
His kid is Jawbreaker.
Yes.
Who is also one of the first, high-level junior refs in the nation.
That's so cool. I didn't know that.
Yeah, so I think Jawbreaker's
out there right now, too.
Yeah.
087 at the top trying to catch Slayer and doing so.
Yeah, Jawbreaker was all the way out here, all the way at the top of the pack. Jawbreaker is one of a handful of our super amazing junior officials, and actually one of our other junior officials, Ashley Little T Rebel, is down here. I'm hopeful that we'll see a lot more of our junior refs as the weekend goes on. There's Little T right there.
Yay, Little T!
On the OPR.
They used to practice sometimes at the record scrimmages, like their officiating stuff, and I really loved when that happens. They're so precious. It's funny when they're giving adults penalties, and I'm like, yeah, you're right. Ludini with lead, but Northern Fright's right behind. Chasing. Mama behind you.
Houdini sees. Oh, swing and a miss.
Whoa. I get scared whenever there's a jammer chase and I'm in front and someone's chasing me. I will not do my crossovers correctly. I usually yell in terror for a second or two because people are usually faster than me. So I'm like, I'm going to lose this. But here comes Ludini.
Bacon the Question is probably one of my favorite new ref names. I
like that.
They are not our ref. Arson Crafts, love that a lot
like
as well.
that.
Dillygaff, I love a lot because it stands for Do I Look Like I Give M?
That's so fun.
That's what Dillygaff stands for. And it's funny because Dilly is
that's a fun nickname.
But Dilly's one of the nicest refs I've ever met in my entire life.
Oh, with that name too.
Yeah.
For a long time, so Smush, who's not officiating today, was my rally when I first joined.
Oh, Shell Put a Welt On was my rally.
Oh, that's so cute.
Yeah, a million years ago.
Yeah, Smush was my rally, and I never knew what her name meant. It's for Smusher.
Yeah.
And I've never heard
Force majeure.
Yes, I learned that when I brought one of my law school friends to a game, and she was like, wait, you don't understand what the name means? And I was like, should I? And then she was like, it's a legal term. And I was like, yeah, I learned that, I guess, at one point.
Well, and Smush is a fabulous
lawyer.
lawyer.
Also I believe does tax law. Maybe not anymore.
I had to ask them a legal question a while ago because I was like, in this instance, did I have a reasonable expectation of privacy?
Ooh, lawyers love that question.
And she's like, unfortunately, no, you did not. And I was like, ugh.
Woof.
It ended up being fine.
Okay, well. Ooh, another four-corner start by the Buds. Little YOLO action. Offense being up at the top. Defense in the back. That's a reverse YOLO, actually. Ooh, little spin. We love it, Melon. Does everyone remember that pug that was named Melon?
No.
Maybe this is like just a very deep cut for me.
TikTok and Instagram feeds can get real niche real quick.
That's true. Maybe somebody out there in the internet knows what I'm talking about.
Melon the pug.
I think maybe this might be a reference to this D&D
Is it
show that I
Melon
watched.
or Noodle?
Oh, Noodle is the famous pug I'm thinking
Okay.
of. Melon is a fake pug from a D&D show that I watch. Because I have to do something way nerdier than play roller derby.
Is it Critical Role?
It's on Dropout, so it's Dimension
Okay.
20.
Okay.
Great jam, everybody. Great work. No, we only have one more penalty. Who's in the penalty box right now?
09.
Sasscracker, that's 5. That's okay. I mean, 7 minutes left. Ooh, look at this replay. Yeah, there was that spin. Okay, Rolling Thunder again. Rolling Thunder, I hope you teach me something new on this jam, too.
I know. I love that you just get to put a new something in your back pocket because of a junior skater. I don't know why that means so much to me, but it does.
Other jammers, watch out, because Rolling Thunder taught me a new skill. Ooh, here we go. Foxy Dash.
Mama said that it was okay.
Mama said it's okay. Oh, been called off by Rolling Thunder. Oh, but pivot in the box for Buds, and still Sasscracker stuck in the box. The Rebel Heart penalty box for Ad Astra.
That is a forearm on Kung Fu Skinny.
Woof. I don't know what Ad Astra means on its own. I know the state motto for Kansas is Ad Astra per Aspera, which means to the stars through difficulty.
At Astra, then it's just
To the
To
stars?
the stars, I think.
That's fun.
I love that you just spouted that out, and we're like, and here's the translation to this dead language.
Okay, well, Kansas has one of the only cool Latin mottos. I've looked them up before. Oregon
have
has
a
one.
good one.
Yeah, Oregon has the other good one.
All Escribe nil.
What does that one mean?
Those with wings are never heavy.
I like that. Northern Frights, joining the defense. But that did not stop Mystery Machine from just going through the pack backwards. Wild work by the juniors.
Oh,
Nice work there,
Northern
just letting
Frights.
Northern Frights through for the defense on Ad Astra.
Buds are looking like they are playing a hit it and quit it game right now.
Yeah, they are getting 4 points and they're done.
Well, with just under 5 minutes left on the game, it's probably an okay strategy.
Oh yeah, there we go. Just
So gorgeous. So gorgeous.
pretty through the pack.
And making it look so easy.
So easy.
So when I played Derby 1,000 years ago, there's no way on God's green earth that you could ever get me to put either of those caps on my head. So I have immense respect for jammers and pivots. I would occasionally pivot, but only if I knew my jammer, I had to have a handshake agreement that the jammer was not going to pass it. I would actively not make eye contact with my
You would
jammer.
be my least favorite pivot, unfortunately, for that.
And that is why we didn't play together.
That's why Mia Plow, shout out to my pivot. She's
well,
ready
yeah.
and willing to take that cap whenever, and I love her for it. Woo! Oh, peeked the mic on that, but that was a great little jump. Didn't land in, but that was still very cool. Ludini.
Oh, Louis almost able to get through on a single skate.
Hit out by the pivot, though. Take it to the back. Oh, that's Slayer.
Sundry Sydney from Starstruck Odyssey is the best crossover of roller skating in space, I think, ever.
Yes, somebody knew my reference to Melon the Pug.
Yeah, Zoph said, dropout mentioned.
Zoph, you get me. Melon the Pug that was taken over by a slug from the Starstruck Odyssey. And on my bingo sheet for the year, I'm calling that there's going to be a Starstruck Odyssey Season 2, and I hope that happens. It's one of my favorite seasons.
So interestingly, 09, Sasscracker went orange on the penalty tracker, but is no longer orange.
Ooh.
So a penalty got retracted.
I like that.
Onomatopoeia and Northern Frights jamming this jam.
Ooh, hit out by Lucky Harms, but then Lucky Harms hit out by Raven.
Mia, just tiny, compact, quick, able to just spin around blockers. Again, doing it for the second time around number 18, Raven.
Frights did a start pass there to, I believe that's 42 Slayer. So Slayer has the cap, but is being drawn back. Looked like Pop-Tart. Yep.
That is Lucky's first penalty of the game.
Lucky. All right.
Zoph says, I hope so. BT dubs.
Yes, thank you, Zoph. I agree. I think it would be incredible. I haven't watched the first episode of the wrestling season yet, but I think I will this weekend.
Do you play D&D then?
Yeah, I do. I actually play with a bunch of Heathers and some other Derby people.
Oh, how fun.
And Sci-Fi's husband, Dave, is our DM.
I dig it.
He's great. Pop-Tart with another hit out. Locked down in the back behind Pop-Tart. That might have been a cut, but it's a little late. Defense on defense there. Or I guess it'd be offense on defense if we caught. Oh, Pop-Tart's like, I saw you running away.
Pop-Tart is an absolute menace with the chase downs.
That does not surprise me with Amara as their coach.
Oh, seriously.
Amara, shout out, you're also a menace.
Always and forever.
She caught me at the top once after I had done this like cool spin and I'd like put my hand down on the track and like almost lost my balance. We got back up and then she was back in front of me and I was like, you couldn't let me have that? You saw my cool spin? I'm like pushing against her. I'm like, you saw my cool spin? You couldn't let me go?
And Gangster's like, no.
She said, no. She laughed and she was like, it was cool. And I was like, thanks.
But now you're going to
I
stop.
would like lead jammer though.
Melon and Foxy Dash with a minute left on the clock.
Foxy
Beautiful
with a little
job.
little spin work at the inside.
Melon getting some help from Snap.
Melon.
Foxy Dash, another spin move.
Yes.
Although,
Oh,
yeah,
that.
but not
Yep.
inbounds.
Okay. Good job.
Thank
Good job
you.
going back. Stressed me out there.
I know. I thought she was just going to keep going forward.
I know. I was like, oh, 1 foot out, 1 foot back in, 1 foot out again. Dang.
Team
Wow.
USA
This
skater,
is
though.
really pushing. Yeah.
Is that?
I think that's an out of play penalty.
It is.
Ooh, for 092.
But that's only 4.
Okay. Okay.
With 25 seconds left in the game.
Oh yes.
Oh,
wow,
and-
that 5 minutes. Last 5 minutes went by so fast.
And Melon taking a seat in the box.
Melon. Foxy Dash through, getting some last points for Ad Astra here. 8 seconds. Maybe you can get a couple more. Yeah, good offense there. Oh yeah, a little spin,
beautiful.
a little flavor for the last.
Picking up the last 4 with 0 points on the period clock. We are just on the jam clock.
She's gonna keep it going, I guess.
They could use the points.
They could use the points, yeah.
Melon back
Whoa.
on the track.
I think that's like sweet that I think she just apologized as she did that too.
That's the other thing I love about Derby in general, though, is that usually people are really polite, have
Yeah.
a good time, smiles for the most part.
Yeah, I mean, adult roller derby can get very intense, and I'm always like, I don't think a lot of the penalties are intentional. We just play a very
We just
rough
play
sport.
a game. Well, there it is. That is the end of our game. Rosebuds Regional All-Stars unofficially 254 points to Ad Astra's 83. Rosebuds will be the winners
Yes.
of this game. I'm Dr. Noms. We have, I think, a little bit of time before we start game 2. About a half an hour.
Perfect.
So I'm going to use that time to not talk for a few minutes, grab something to drink, and see you back in a little bit. Thanks so much for joining us.
Thanks for having me this weekend, Bridge City Riot. Bye-bye.
Hey folks, did you know that your head is not normal? No one's is. If your helmet size is a small, but your teammate's size is an extra large, wearing the same helmet shell doesn't just look kind of funny. The functionality of the EPS foam and how it disperses impact energy is compromised.
The 888 certified sweat saver comes in better shell size options than our leading competitor.
Giving you the highest level of protection upon impact. Try it for yourself. We've got you covered.
All right, so this next game we have is Rosebuds National Travel Team versus the Seattle Derby Brats. For the Rosebuds roster, we have number 101 TNT, number 105 Pancakes, number 12 Cherry Bomb, number 14 Strawberry Short Fuse, number 15 So Feisty, number 177 Havoc, number 220 Nicotine Kills. Your captain for this game, number 314 Elbow Bell, number 321 Spitfire, number 327 Scoopy Doom, number 408 Zodiggity, number 46 Donna Dangerous, number 503 Scar, number 51 Nessie, number 52 Madness, number 619 Catastrophe, number 64 Adri Hell on Wheels, number 7 Vi, and number 8 617 Titan, and number 900 Fizzgig.
All right, and for your Seattle Derby Brats, we've got number 00 Dust Bunny, number 000 Kangaruby, 009 Millihertz, 102 Luella DeVille, 200 Chameleon, 208 Magenta, 212 Wackoon, 305 Psychosis, 321 Rainbow Bite, 330 Alice in Thunderland, 36 Narwhal, 39 Rubellious, 437 Mom Likes Me Best, 5 Pterodactyl, 517 The Curly Dervish, 54 Pound Cake, 6 Alina, 823 a Meerkat, 83 Not Sorry Mari, and 993 Frida Cow Pow.
I like the derby name Mom Likes Me Best. Mom Likes Me Best. It's a cool derby name.
It is. It's very cute. I also enjoy it.
So actually on the All-Stars, on the Rosebuds All-Stars team, number 7 and number 15, So Feisty and Vi, are actually skating this year in the World Cup in Brisbane, Australia, which is really cool.
Love that.
1-4 Strawberry Short Fuse, 1-5 So Feisty, 177 Havoc, 220 Nicotine Kills, 314 Captain Elbow Bell, 327.
So we're just gearing up to start here in a minute.
503 Scar, 51 Nessie, 52 Madness, 7 Vive, 867 Teen Titan, and 900 Fizzgig.
Oh, what a cute little team moment on the bench right now. Love that.
Their cheers are always so powerful, and I get chills listening to them.
I love the energy. It's a vibe.
Real. All right, looks like jamming first for the Rosebuds. We have the Team USA jammer herself, number 7 Violet. And then jamming for Seattle, we have, I cannot see their number. I believe that's the Curly Dervish.
I cannot see the number either. We'll see it.
We'll see in a second.
It's like we're
Curly Dervish.
There we go. Starting up at the pivot line, at least for now.
There's the suck back in the 5 seconds. And we're off.
Ooh,
There's
quick lead for
lead for Rosebuds, yes. Curly Dervish fighting against that wall of Scooby Doom, Havoc, and Fizzgig, accompanied with number 101 TNT.
Scooby dropping back to do some offense.
Curly Dervish still fighting for those points and for that initial.
Both teams putting up a tight defense on this first jam.
Both of these teams are amazing to watch against each other.
Ooh, Vi keeps the toes in. That was really cool.
It was. Havoc holding with Scooby. And a long, long drawback. TNT accompanying that tripod.
We've got the cap off for the Derby Brats.
Looking for that pivot, and the jam is called. That is a 4-0 jam.
Hard fought 4 points.
Both teams are both putting up incredible defense so far. Looks like jamming for the Rosebuds, you have number 408, Zo Diggity. And there's that whistle. We are off. And a pretty big hit out.
And a long drawback for both jammers.
So Feisty drawing back that jammer, accompanied with nicotine kills and elbow bell. And lead has been established to Zo Diggity. Rubelli is fighting against that Rosebuds defense.
Quick little hops to get through for 4 points.
Oh, and a one-handed catch.
Beautiful. That's a hard skill.
We need to get that on the replay. Get that on the replay. It is a hard skill.
Looks like we've got a cap pass to number 330.
Alice in Thunderland. And there's that call off. That is an 11-0 jam in favor of the Rosebuds. Jamming for the Rosebuds, we have number 14, Strawberry Short Fuse.
I would tell you who the Brats jammer was, but I'm too blind from this vantage point.
You're good. Let me see. We'll see it in a second.
That is 54 Pound Cake for your Seattle Derby Rats.
Oh, we've got 2 foodie type names, Strawberry Short Fuse and Pound Cake. Rosebuds being solid on defense, TNT with a drawback.
And that is lead for the Rosebuds.
Millihertz trying to keep Fizzgig away. And Fizz playing some solid offense. Strawberries through for 4. Looks like
TNT holding that outside line.
yes. Looks like Mom Likes Me Best is headed to the Rebel Heart Therapy box to hash out that direction penalty. Maybe a bit of existential dread too. Rebel Heart Therapy, individual and relational therapy for Portland's Black Sheep and Unicorns. Rosebuds being strong on that defense, not giving that jammer, not giving Pound Cake anywhere to move.
It's a good hit out by number 00 Dust Bunny.
And beautiful line work. Millihertz going up. Big hit out from Millihertz. That was a no pass, no penalty. So Millihertz went out of bounds. So how that works is Millihertz went out of bounds as Strawberry Short Fuse also went out of bounds. So their position was lost. So Strawberry Short Fuse could enter in front of them. But I believe it's now being called a no earned pass. I have no idea though. Fizz and Madness holding that jammer.
Another 4 points for the Buds. It looks as though there has been a cap pass
to Mom Likes Me Best, number 437.
20-point jam.
Looks like a team timeout is being called in favor of the Derby Brats. This timeout is brought to you by RCR's official realtor. Welcome to PDX.
Both teams putting up a very, very tight defense this game.
Yes, that they are. The penalties seem to be pretty low. I mean, it is only the first 5 minutes of the game, but they seem to be pretty low. Everybody's playing a pretty clean game.
I love that. The best derby is clean derby.
Exactly. Alrighty, it looks like Derby Brats timeout is ending. There's that rolling whistle. Jamie for the Rosebuds here, number 7, Quicksilver, or Violet.
And we have an official timeout, it looks like.
And now we move to an official timeout. This timeout, again, brought to you by Arceus official realtor, PDX.
So we have another timeout. This timeout was brought to you again by RCR's official realtor, Welcome PDX.
Both teams doing a little huddle at the pivot line, making their plans, chatting it out. We've got number 36 Narwhal as the jammer for the Derby Brats.
Making their appearance for the first time, jamming, I believe. Do not believe they've jammed for the Derby Brats yet.
I believe you are correct.
Want to support RCR in 2025? Interested in sponsoring the Rose City Royals in 2025? You can have your mission-aligned brand integrated into our vibrant community of skaters, fans, and volunteers. The opportunities are truly endless. Go to www.rosecityrollers.com/our sponsors or email out to sponsorship@rosecityrollers.com to learn more. There's that 5 seconds and the whistle. Oh, cut track on number 36, Narwhal. This leaves Quicksilver or Violet in a power jam. And lead has been established. Looks like Nessie and Narwhal are in the Rebel Heart 30 penalty box. Maybe going over what not to do.
Looks like they have another friend joining them in that penalty box.
Looks like 105 Pancakes. Violet fighting against that Brats defense. Narwhal rejoining the track. Nessie and Nicotine Kills holding on to that defense with Elbow Bell.
Narwhal getting some offense from number 6. That is a name that I do not know how to pronounce properly.
Evelina.
Thank you.
Are you thirsty but don't want to leave your seat? We deliver. Scan the QR code on the bumper.
So Jamie for the Rosebuds, we have Zoe Diggity.
They will be brought to you. One of the coolest new features of games here, I believe. In my humble opinion.
That is the Curly Dervish for Seattle Derby Brats.
And lead has been awarded to Zoe Diggity. Scar fighting with that defense, accompanied with Havoc and Scooby Doom. A little hot skip and a jump, and Zoe is through for 4.
Curly Dervish fighting at the top of the pack.
That's a direction being called on 000 Kinder Ruby. That's going to leave the Brats down 1 in the half.
Scooby holding onto that jammer, just giving them no room to move. It looks like the cap was actually pulled.
Looking for a pass to Mom Likes Me Best.
Havoc shoving them out of bounds, saying, nah.
Havoc is very good at that.
Huge hit by Zoe. Just staying in bounds, but went out.
A Meerkat doing some excellent defense for the Brats there.
Oh, yeah. Zoe out of the pack on 1 foot. Havoc just denying the offense being played on them. And that jam is called off. That is a 17-0 jam in favor of the Rosebuds.
Lovely replay of that big hit.
Beautiful replay. Zoe's a powerhouse when she gets a lot of speed. She's just a powerhouse. So we got number 1 for Strawberry Short Fuse jamming for the Rosebuds All-Stars.
And that is Rubelius for Seattle Derby Brats.
So feisty drawing them back. Nessie and Pancakes with a big hit out and a long drawback. It's like Team Titan is headed to the box on a back block penalty.
Oh, and Rubelius getting a cut track. Going to be going to that Rebel Heart Therapy penalty box.
And this is a power jam in favor of Strawberry Short Fuse, and lead has been awarded to Strawberry Short Fuse. Beautiful offensive help. Pushing that blocker out of play. Up for 4.
Rubelius going to be re-entering the track now. Looking to get out on their initial.
Rubelius pushing and fighting against that Rosebuds defense. Feisty and Nessie saying no.
Ru with the cap off.
Looking for that pivot.
Amazing flexibility on that.
Strawberry Short Fuse has gotten lead jammer. Rubelius still not completing initial.
Both jammers stuck in a nice tight scrum.
Looks
Looks
like
like
they
we have a pass.
to Allison Thunderland, but not enough time to get out.
Another 2 points on the board there for the Buds, making them 10-point jam.
We've got Vi jamming for the Rosebuds.
I can hear from the crowd already that that is Chameleon for the Seattle Derby Brats. I believe out there on the track.
Jamming though?
No, as a
that's-
blocker.
Oh, blocker.
That is number 54 jamming Pound Cake.
By hit to the inside by number 00, that was Kangaroo Ruby.
Chameleon giving some offensive help to their jammer.
Excellent work driving those blockers up the track. And that is Pound Cake.
That
with
is
lead
the
jammer.
first lead to Seattle Galaxy. Havoc just fighting against that blocker. Vi with the cap off. And thought there was a cap pass.
A little bit of a pile up there.
Seattle holding Vi back from their pivot. And there has been a cap pass to number 177, Havoc, who is your jammer for the record for the Rosebuds.
And the jam is called. That is 3 points for the Seattle Derby Brats. They are on the board.
And they've
Nice
got,
narwhal out there for Seattle Derby Brats.
and
in the
that's
jammer.
Zoe Diggity for the Rosebuds. Long drawback by So Feisty in favor with Nicotine Kills and Elbow Bell. Zoe has been awarded lead jammer. Zoe staying in bounds on a no pass, no penalty.
Narwhal fighting hard in the back of the pack to get through. Cap has been pulled and a
There
pass.
isn't a pass. Oh, that was not a pass. That was an illegal star pass. So
Narwhal
that-
is still your jammer.
that pivot had to give Narwhal that that jammer had to give Narwhal that pivot had to give Narwhal the cat back because they were not the jammer, and if they kept the cat, they would have gotten a penalty.
Good awareness on that pivot to make sure that they were able to correct that illegal pass.
Very good awareness. So we've got Strawberry Short Fuse jamming for the Rosebuds. Ooh, a little
That
2-2
is
action.
Frida Kapow from the jam line for the Derby Brats.
Scar and TNT being solid on defense. Number 52 Mattis having that awareness to bump up. Fizz being beautiful. Oh, and looks like a direction penalty has been awarded to number 900 Fizz Gig.
We go do some group therapy in the Rebel Heart Therapy penalty box.
To talk about how not to get directions.
Number 321 Rainbow Bite doing some good offense for their jammer.
Like Kangaroo be coming in to give some offensive help for their jammer.
Seattle Derby Brats locked down on Strawberry Short Fuse there in turn 2. Strawberry Short Fuse able to work some levels there and get through, picking up another 4.
Big hit up at the top of the pack.
And the call off. That's an 8-point jam. Ooh, making their jamming debut, we have number 177 Havoc.
I love Jammer Havoc.
Jammer Havoc's awesome. So powerful. They have so much awareness.
I'm both so excited and so not excited for them to become an adult so that I can skate with them and get hit by them because they hit very hard.
And that is the Curly Dervish for Seattle Derby Brats. Havoc having that awareness for the no pass, no penalty, and has not been awarded lead jammer as there was a no pass, no penalty.
So Curly Dervish is eligible to receive lead jammer.
Havoc is not, though.
Havoc with the one
The one hand. We need to get that on the replay. That was a beautiful, oh, and the cut track, no.
And looks like we have had a cap pass, so it'll be a little jammer rodeo happening.
Oh, Jammer Do-si-do. It's always so interesting watching Jammer Do-si-dos. So no jammers are eligible to get lead at this point. So this will be a jam for the full 2 minutes. A little bit of jammer on jammer action trying to happen. Nessie giving Havoc some offense. And Havoc is through on their initial.
Allison Thunderland still fighting at the back of the pack.
Draw back by number 51, Nessie.
There goes Allison Thunderland out of the pack.
They are on their initial pass. Havoc fighting against that defense. But a long
six.
draw by number 6. That is
Evelina.
Evelina. Evelina taking elbow bill out of bounds, and there is the end of that jam. That was a 10-4 jam.
That one was exciting.
It was exciting. I love watching Jammer Havoc.
Yeah, the one handout is a Havoc specialty that I love to see. See, there's the replay of it multiple times in that jam.
Looks like for the Rosebuds we have Quicksilva jamming, or Violet.
And that is Rue Rebellious for Seattle Derby Brats. Or Rebellious.
And Vi is through for lead.
Rue working at the top of the pack here.
Scar taking the blunt force end of that defense. Nicotine dropping off to play some, Nicotine Kills dropping off to play some of that offense.
Scooby Doom heading up the top of that Bud's tripod.
And looks like Vi has lost lead due to an illegal contact penalty.
The first power jam for the Seattle Derby
Brats,
Brats.
yes.
With an excellent little belly flop to get out of the pack.
Scooby catching that jammer, accompanied with number 52, Madness. Vi re-entering the track.
Rue with a nice little beam dip there, but gets hit out by number 327. That is Scooby Doom.
Madness and Scooby Doom holding back that jammer.
And a natural end to that jam.
During that time, you could head over to the merch booth at Turn 3 to get left out in your favorite team's merch. Check out a bunch of new items for sale.
Looks like number 408, Zodiggity jamming for the Rosebuds again.
And we've got number 54, Pound Cake, who is lead jammer for the Seattle Derby Brats.
With Zodiggity not far behind. It looks like a foot race.
And a call off. It looks like number 993, Frida Kapow for Seattle Derby Brats.
And number 14, Strawberry Short Fuse.
Back on that Jam on Hawthorne jam line.
Chameleon dropping off to play some offense, but picking up a penalty on the way. Fizz being solid on defense, accompanied by TNT. Picking up a forearm on the way. So it looks like there's going to be some group therapy to talk about how not to get these penalties.
Derby Brats doing some good offense, get Frida out.
Beautiful, beautiful little line work to get out of that pack. Frida Kapow out for 4. And a little, just a swoop and a call off. It's a 12-4 jam. Looks like we have number 503, Scar, jamming for the first time this half.
And that is number 36, Narwhal for Seattle Derby Brats.
Back in pedal, Scar actually used to be a full-time jammer for Killer Bees, actually, which is really cool. And that we're off, and Scar through for lead.
Brats coming back to do some offense for Narwhal.
And beautiful work to stay in bounds. That was 4 points awarded.
Narwhal still fighting against that Rosebud defense.
Starting the back of the pack, kick to the inside.
Chameleon giving their jammers some offensive help.
Narwhal with excellent awareness of staying on the track when they're getting close to those lines.
Long drawback by number 2-1 Rainbow Bite. Scar just plowing through that Seattle ball.
Chameleon still sticking in the back, working on some offense, trying to get their jammer out.
So Feisty and Elbow being that solid defense. Chameleon's trying to give some of that offensive help.
Dust Bunny with a hit out on the Buds jammer.
And a call off. Jamming for the Buds, we have Violet again. Keep calling her Quicksilver. It's her old derby name.
And I believe that is 517, the Curly
Curly
Dervish
Dervish,
again
yep.
for the team in white.
And Vi staying in on that line with 1 foot. It's a awarded lead jammer. And Vi through for points. 4 points awarded.
Curly fighting through that Rosebud tripod.
That Rosebud's defense forcing, I was TNT, but picking up a direction penalty on the way.
That Seattle defense locking in.
And a big drawback. So looking at the penalties currently, we have Rosebud sitting at 10 penalties and Seattle sitting at 13, which is actually a pretty low penalty game so
Yeah,
far.
pretty even across the board, which is Always good to keep it nice and even and competitive.
Yes. So Junior Discovery Day, kids 7 to 17 can try Derby for free at Discovery Day on May 4th. Watch a game, learn about RCR, and try skating. Go to rosecityrollers.com/join to check out Derby Discovery Day. And we are back. Looks like we have number 51, Nessie, jamming for the first time for the Rosebuds. And there's that whistle to start the jam. That's number 39, Rubellius, jamming for the Seattle Derby Brats.
Doing a cool little spin at the back of the pack there.
And a no pass, no penalty, so Nessie is not lead, and Rue is eligible to get lead.
Took the cap off there, but put it quickly right back on.
That's a double penalty for Mari.
Nessie powering through that Seattle wall.
Seattle popping back to do some offense. Got the cap off for Rue.
Number 330, that is Allison Thunderland trying to play some offense just then and looking for that cap.
Allison Thunderland catching Nessie.
Nessie going out in a long drawback by Evelina.
Another drawback.
Evelina accompanied with Allison Thunderland. Also drawing back TNT at the exact same time. So we are off the period clock and we are now on the jam clock. Mind you, this is a full 2-minute jam because lead was not awarded.
Both jammers fighting hard the whole jam.
So Feisty going to the box.
I believe that was not Sorry Mari. It was a good hit out there.
And there's intermission. So Feisty will start in the box for this next jam, but currently it's looking like a pretty good game so far. We will see you guys after halftime.
Hey folks, did you know that your head is not normal? No one's is. If your helmet size is a small, but your teammate's size is an extra large, wearing the same helmet shell doesn't just look kind of funny. The functionality of the EPS foam and how it disperses impact energy is compromised.
The 888 certified sweat saver comes in better shell size options than our leading competitor,
giving you the highest level of protection upon impact. Try for yourself. We've got you.
Testing 1 2, testing 1 2. Inquiry number 80393, company is Seba Guide.
Welcome back to Bridge City Riot. Got the Rosebuds national team and the Seattle Derby Galaxy.
Yes, it is looking like a pretty good game. Both teams are putting up such an amazing fight. Defense is amazing. The offense is amazing. Everything is just, everybody's putting up such an amazing fight.
Got the penalties up on screen here. A pretty even penalty spread across the teams.
Yeah, not too bad, not too shabby. It's been a pretty clean game.
Really speaks to the talent of all of these juniors to be able to play nice high-level derby with few penalties.
Yes, it does.
Got just under a minute left until we get back to action here. Teams having their little team meetings, chatting about what they want to do for the next half, getting feedback from coaches.
Feedback from the coaches, from the refs. Do you love our sponsors? Tag them on social media at #RCRsponsor. And make sure to follow and tag at Roasty Rollers on social media to stay in the loop about all things Derby in Portland.
There is our rolling whistle. Refs are taking to their positions. I believe that looks like the Curly Dervish coming out to jam for Seattle.
And looks like number 408 Zodidi jamming for the Rosebuds. Little jammer interaction, little smiles down there.
Love when the vibes are nice, good, and positive between two teams. Always makes the game better.
It does. It also shows good sportsmanship. So if I see starting in the box for this jam, So there's an advantage to Seattle.
Curly Dervish is driving up at the top of the pack. 1 to beat. They got lead.
Titan holding on, eventually has to let go. Picking up an out of play block.
And Curly Dervish is back in the pack and a quick score pass. And another quick scoring pass for Curly Dervish.
So Feisty re-entering that pack. And the call off. That is a 4-8 jam in favor of Seattle.
Great jam for Seattle.
Our junior program fundraiser roller rally is underway. Support the future of roller derby by donating at rosecityrollers.com/roller-rally.
So, yes, looks like we have number 1-4 Strawberry Short Fuse going against Rubellious. Fizz, Scooby, and Havoc holding on with the solid defense.
Both teams locking into nice solid tripods.
Teen Titan giving some offensive help, and Strawberry Short Fuse is through for lead.
Keeps the toes in.
Beautiful read by Strawberry Short Fuse to continue forward.
That is 00 Dust Bunny doing some excellent defense at the top there.
Dust Bunny's been having a great game. And the call off.
If you were looking for something fun in the summer,
Got Vi jamming for the Rosebuds.
it's 6 weeks of summer camp for ages 7 to 8.
That looks like number 5-4 Pound Cake for Seattle.
Rosecityrollers.com to register for summer camp.
We have Vi up against Pound Cake. Vi keeping the inside line for 1 to beat.
Seattle holding on to Vi. Vi just fighting. It looks like 2-2-0 Nicotine Kills picking up a contact penalty.
Excellent defense from Seattle there.
And Pound Cake is through for lead. Vi, so it looks like Vi has pulled that cap, but their pivot is in the box, and it was in a beautiful star stash.
Pound Cake through for a scoring pass and calls the jam. It's a 4-0 in favor of Seattle.
So we got number 36, Rubellious jamming for Seattle, and number 408, Zo Diggity jamming for the Rosebuds All-Stars.
Looks like we got both teams setting up all the way up at the pivot line. Some old school foot on the line action from the Seattle pivot.
Little juke action by Zoe. Zo Diggity. Fizz and SoFi playing some solid defense. Number 200 Chameleon helping out their jammer with some offense.
So Diggity re-entering on a scoring pass.
Number 823, that is a Meerkat and Dust Bunny holding on with that beautiful defense.
Number 1-5 for the Buds with an excellent hit out drawback.
That would be so feisty.
Narwhal really fighting to get through that tripod.
So feisty picking up a direction penalty.
Both teams in a very solid tripod, putting up some great defense.
Zoe making that quick call off.
Stay in the loop and get texts from RCR. Text join to 503.
And I believe that is 993 Frida Kapow for
And
Seattle.
jamming for the first time this game, number 101 TNT.
Little
TNT
whip
breaking
action.
through that Seattle defense. Out for lead.
One hand
One-handed
out.
catch.
Seattle not falling for it. And a hit out by 330 Allison Thunderland. Ooh, and a penalty.
The penalty. It looked like it was blocking a downed skater. Legal contact. TNT fighting through that defense.
Not sorry, Mari, the one at the top of the pack, and gets a hit out. Oh. Also receiving a penalty, I believe.
I don't know what time. Beautiful just sail through with that defense.
An illegal contact was that penalty on Not Sorry, Mari, it looks like.
Yes.
Seattle having some group therapy in the Rebel Heart Therapy penalty box. Frida getting some excellent forward momentum with those Buds blockers.
Yes. TNT through for another 4.
Cap is off for Frida, looking for a pass. And I am seeing the sign that there was one.
So
It's now Allison Thunderland.
As a 24-point jam for the Rosebuds.
A Curly Dervish taking to the Jam on Hawthorne jam line for Seattle.
With Strawberry Short Fuse taking the jam line for Rosebuds All-Stars.
Chameleon working on some offense for Curly Dervish.
Keeping number 52 Madness away from that defense.
Strawberry Short Fuse working some laterals in the back of the pack, trying to get past that Seattle tripod.
And Curly Dervish through for lead.
With a little zoom room dog training apex jump.
Yes, take your dog to Zoom room. They'll learn how to do that.
Curly calling the jam. And that is a 3-point jam in favor of Seattle.
Looking at that replay. Just breaking through that Rosebuds defense. We've got Vi taking the jam line for Rosebuds.
That is Rubelius for Seattle.
Vi taking a spill. So our junior program fundraiser roller rally is underway. Support the future of roller derby by donating at rosecityrollers.com/roller rally.
It's for the kids. You got to support.
Yes,
for the
please
kids.
support us. Please support us.
looks like we are returning to action here with
Got Scooby Doom taking the jam line for the first time this game.
and I believe that is 3-9 Rubellius.
This official timeout brought to you, as always, by RCR's official realtor, Welcome PDX.
Scooby is just such a sweet little human, smiling and joking around with that other jammer.
It's all smiles and fun. Just a ball of joy.
Very thankful that I have the opportunity to coach with them.
There's that 5 seconds and the whistle. This jam is off.
Scooby with a little jammer defense, little hip hit.
Rubellius going out of bounds. Fizz escorting them back.
And that is lead jammer for Rubellius.
Scooby drawn back by that Seattle defense. Pulling that cap.
Rue slamming into that Bud's tripod.
Fighting against Mom Likes Me Best. Evelina and Alice in Thunderland. Havoc at the top of the pack, holding on to that jammer and just politely escorting them out of bounds. Havoc giving Scooby some offensive help, and has
Havoc, I believe, has the
taken
star.
taken the cap. So there has been a cap pass to number 177 Havoc for the Rosebuds.
And we have a star pass on the Buds to Havoc.
Havoc just absolutely slamming into that wall and stealing 2 points.
Stealing 2 points.
Still
always
a
makes me
4-2 jam in favor of Seattle on that one.
Always makes me so happy whenever the Pivots take the cap and they get the points. Makes me so happy.
Stars go head-to-head. Roses versus Buds game here at the hangar. Go to rollerderbytickets.com. Go
Got number 408 Zodiggity jamming for the Rosebuds.
That looks like that's number 5-4 Pound Cake for Seattle.
And Zodiggity is lead in favor of the Rosebuds.
Pound Cake has removed the star.
Fighting against that wall of number 105 Pancakes, 314 Elbow Bell, and 15 So Feisty.
And Dust Bunny, pivot for Seattle, is now your jammer, has taken the star and is fighting through the defense.
Huge hit by, I think, Elbow Bell or So Feisty.
I think it was So Feisty.
.105 Pancakes holding on to that jammer with that defense.
Chameleon doing offensive work for their jammer Dust Bunny.
Zodiggity fighting against that defense.
Seattle locking that tripod down, really making Zodiggity have to work for it.
Both sets of blockers dug in. Elbow Bell with the offense.
And the jam is called.
Got Strawberry Short Fuse jamming for the Rosebuds. And number 36, Rubellius for the Seattle Derby Brats.
That is 3-6 Narwhal for Derby Brats. Who is your lead jammer? Ooh, and 3-2-1 for Seattle with a big hit out and drawback.
Rainbow Bite. Strawberry Shortfuse fighting through that defense. Gently escorting that blocker out of bounds.
And Narwhal is going to call the jam with 3 points.
Number 5-1 Nessie is jamming for the Rosebuds.
And that looks like 993 Frida Kapow for Seattle.
Frida Kapow fighting against that wall of elbow bell and nicotine kills and so feisty. Nessie getting some offensive help from number 8617 Titan.
Seattle holding it down, top of the pack. Some excellent defense being done by both teams into this jam. Chameleon dropping back to do some offense.
Nessie fighting against that Seattle defense. We are now 55 seconds left in this jam.
Both teams doing an excellent job. Got some players doing offense, some players doing defense, and everybody's doing a great job. Got a long drag back from Seattle, doing some offense on their way back, trying to help their jammer.
Elbow bell and so feisty with a long drawback. That's number 009 millihertz hitting Nessie out of bounds and drawing them back. That was a full 2-minute long, no lead established jam.
Wow.
That was crazy.
Props to all of those skaters that were just on the track. That is not easy to do, folks.
It is not. And it takes a lot of strength.
And physical endurance, mental endurance.
Yes. That's
We've
number 7, Quicksilver.
And Curly Dervish for Seattle.
Quicksilver out for lead. Havoc giving some offensive help. Having to drop back to Bridge. Quicksilver out for 4.
Mom Likes Me Best doing some offense for Curly Dervish, who has removed the cap.
Looking for their pivot. Little bit of a pile up.
Excellent pass for Seattle
to Evelina. And Vi goes ahead and calls it.
Great awareness for Evelina, the pivot there on picking the perfect moment to get that pass. Looks like we have got a team timeout here.
In favor of the Rosebuds. So this timeout is brought to you by RCR's official realtor. Welcome to PDX.
Are you a parent that's watching this that has a kid that would love to try out some roller derby because RCR has their Junior Derby Discovery Day. Kids ages 7 to 17 can come for free on May 4th to try out some derby. You can watch a game, learn about RCR, and get some skating done. Go to rosecityrollers.com/join to check out Junior Derby Discovery Day.
And in favor of that, summer camps, Junior Derby summer camp registration is open now. We have 6 weeks of summer camp for ages 7 to 8, all skill levels. Go to rosecityrollers.com to register for summer camp.
Get your kid into derby, they'll be in derby forever. Signed, a aged up junior skater.
We've got 408 Zodiggity jamming for the Rosebuds All-Stars.
And that is 3-9 Rubelius for Seattle.
Zoe juking through that defense.
Rue removing the cap, looking for a pass to Dust Bunny.
Dust Bunny playing some offense.
Rubelius out on a no pass, no penalty.
Number 105 holding that jammer, accompanied with Elbow Bell and Nicotine Kills.
Some excellent offense there from Teen Titan to get their jammer out.
Beautiful defense as well.
Rue really driving that seam, trying to get through that tripod. Chameleon coming in doing some offense for Rue.
And Zoe out for 4 points.
That is a multiplayer for Teen Titan. Going to send them to the Rebel Heart Therapy penalty box. Amazing little spin around by Rue.
It was beautiful. And a call off from the ground. That's real though.
When I'm on the ground, I often would like to call the jam as well.
Yeah. So we've got number 54 for Seattle. That is Pound Cake. And number 14 for the Rosebuds, Strawberry Short Fuse.
Pound Cake looking for that outside line.
Fizz, Scar, and Madness being solid on defense. Scar gently escorting them to the line. Maddie with the chase down, and Pound Cake is lead.
Pound Cake re-entering on a scoring pass. And Pound Cake is out for 4 points.
For 4 points, beautiful work.
Strawberry Short Fuse still fighting that Seattle defense. Looking for some offense from Teen Titan.
Big hit out by number 503, Scar. Strawberry Short Fuse still fighting for that initial pass.
Pound Cake finding a really strong defense at the back of the pack here.
And Strawberry Short Fuse is out for initial, is not lead. And Pound Cake calling that jam.
7-point jam for Seattle.
It's like making their jammer debut. We have number 15, So Feisty for the Rosebuds. So Feisty actually used to be a full-time jammer for the Rosebuds All-Stars. Jammer turned blocker.
And jammer again.
Jammer again.
You can't ever escape jamming. You'll always end up doing it.
Oh, yeah. no matter how much you loathe it. And there's that 5-second whistle. And Feisty is out for lead.
But Narwhal is not far behind.
It's like a foot race.
Jammers and blockers getting a chance to showcase their speed there.
So Feisty just breaking through that wall and picking up 2 points. Got number 7, Vi jamming for the Rosebuds. And
We believe that is 993 Frida Kapow. Frida taking a big hit, but shrugging it off.
Working the inside line, what the beat.
Vi taking a big spill to the inside.
Frida getting lead jammer, but getting caught back up into that pack.
Vi pulling that cap.
Some offense getting Frida out of the pack.
Frida out for lead, yes. Coming around on that scoring pass. Havoc looking for that cap and has taken that cap. So your jammer of the record for Rosebuds All-Stars is number 177, Havoc.
Big hit there by Alice in Thunderland.
Havoc having none of that.
And Havoc is out on the initial pass for the Rosebuds.
It's like we've got number 101 jam again for the Rosebuds All-Stars.
And 517, the Curly Dervish for Seattle. Both teams rolling back towards that jammer line.
And
Curly Dervish is out, but the Rosebuds have lead jammer.
got caught right as they're about to leave.
And it looks like Seattle was able to steal 1 point. We've got number 39, Rubelius, jamming for Seattle.
And number 14, that is Strawberry Short Fuse jamming for the Rosebuds.
Both jammers pushing the pack way up after that whistle.
Both fighting for that lead.
Strawberry Short Fuse and Rebellious both wearing the stars with 4 minutes left in this game.
Scar, Havoc, and Scooby holding on to that jammer, not letting them through for anything. And Strawberry Short Fuse has picked up lead jammer for the Rosebuds.
Seattle has lost their pivot on a forearm penalty. Jammer has the cap off but will not be able to pass. Pivot back on the track. Jammer cap in hand. Sneaky little pass there.
Havoc with the hit out and a very long drawback.
As Alice in Thunderland now your jammer for Seattle. And Alice in Thunderland is out on the initial. Strawberry Short Fuse in the pack on a scoring pass. And the call off.
We've got 2 minutes and 45 seconds left in this game, actually.
It looks like 5-4 Pound Cake for Seattle on the jam line.
And number 7, Vi, for the Rosebuds All-Stars.
Both jammers taking a little tumble together at the back of the pack.
Vi coming back with a lot of spice.
Both teams really leaving everything out on the track in this last 2 minutes. Pound Cake driving up at the top of the pack, trying to push those blockers out of play.
Both teams fighting for that lead. For 105, holding onto that jammer, accompanied with Elbow Bell, number 314.
Dust Bunny going to the Rebel Heart Therapy penalty box on a direction. Pound Cake still driving up at the top of the pack.
Vi getting some offensive help from Team Titan. Taking a little tumble at the inside line.
Both jammers getting a run back.
Over a minute into the jam, and we still do not have a lead jammer.
And Pound Cake is out.
Pound Cake is through for lead. Vi looking for the pass, and the pass in a cap pass happened to number 15. So feisty.
It is a star pass to so feisty on the Buds.
And Pound Cake has called the jam with 2 points for Seattle.
Looks like we've got number 220 jammer for the first time, Nicotine Kills.
And number 36 Narwhal. Replay of that lovely pass that we saw there.
Nicotine a little on jammer defense.
Big hit there on Narwhal.
Nico hit out in a long drawback by Evelina.
And Narwhal getting out for lead jammer.
Nico fighting us at wall. No cap pass.
Narwhal back in on a scoring pass. Getting some offense from Evelina.
Nicotine Kills picking up a cut track penalty. So this is a power jam in favor of Seattle. Elbow Bell attempting to hit them out, hit Narwhal out.
Seattle doing excellent offense to get Narwhal through on that scoring pass.
Nicotine re-entering that pack with the hopes of finding their pivot.
Narwhal threw on another scoring pass. Not sorry, Mari holding the Buds jammer there.
Nico hit out in a long drawback by Evelina. Evelina picking up a penalty on the way. And there has been a star pass to number 503, Scar. So Scar is your jammer of the record for the Rosebuds.
And Narwhal calls the final jam of this game.
And there is your unofficial score.
14-point jam for Narwhal. What a way to end the game.
Everybody just left it on the track. It was a beautiful, amazing game.
Got the final penalty count up on screen.
And there is your final score, everybody.
Great job to both of these teams.
Thanks for tuning in, everybody.
Hey folks, did you know that your head is not normal? No one's is. If your helmet size is a small, but your teammate size is an extra large, wearing the same helmet shell doesn't just look kind of funny. The functionality of the EPS foam and how it disperses impact energy is compromised.
The 888 certified sweat saver comes in better shell size options than our leading competitor,
giving you the highest level of protection upon impact. Try for yourself. We've got you covered.
Are we live? Hello. Welcome back to the hangar. Coming up, Rosebuds All-Stars regional team versus Tomorrowland Phenomenauts. I'm Shifty.
I'm Darth.
Darth, you want to read them off?
Can do. We'll start with the Rose City Rosebuds Regional All-Stars. We've got 199 Slaughtermelon, 21 Lucky Harms, 211 Pop-Tart, 222 LL Cool Sleigh, 25 Rolling Thunder, 357 Billy Fiend, 44 Sour Snitch, 49 Sherbert, 496 A Saltwater Taffy, 56 Ludini, 606 Row Row Wreck Your Bout, 612 Mystery Machine, 701 Kung Fu Skinny, 819 Kill Pickle, and 88 Decoy.
Shall I do the Phenomenauts?
Go for it.
We have 101 Spider Bite, 150 Starburst, 217 Anna Lethal, 22 Psycho Kitty, 27 Jupiter, 313 Toucan Slam, 357 Junie Gloom, 426 Comet, 5 Pinky Crusher, 57 Rotten Tomato, 577 Loco, 66 Lucifer, 84 Sideswipe, and 89 Slytherin. The Phenomenauts from Tacoma, Washington, I believe. Should be a good game.
Got about 2 minutes left to go before we can get started.
We're doing last minute track checks right now. Should be doing gear checks here in a second.
Looks like they're doing some track maintenance down there as well, making sure the tape is all nice and good.
A never-ending process.
Very true.
If you were tuned in before for the game, Rosebuds national team against the Seattle Derby Brats Galaxy, that was a good one. You can probably back up on the stream and check that out if you haven't already.
Good afternoon. As we get ready to start Game 3 of 2025 Bridge City Riot, I would like to give you an idea of who's going to be playing in this game. Skating in the purple jerseys, Rose City Rollers and Rosebuds Regional All-Stars, we've got number 199 Slaughtermelon, 21 Lucky Harms, 211 Pop-Tart, 222 LL Cool Sleigh, 25 Rolling Thunder, 357 Billy Fiend, 44 Sour Snitch, 49 Sherbert, 496 The Saltwater Taffy, 56 Ludini, 606 Row Row Wreck Your Bout, 612 Mystery Machine, 701 Kung Fu Skinny, 819.
All right, looks like we've got skaters taking the track now. Zebras taking the track. Just about time to start this game.
101 Spider Bite, 150 Starburst.
Looks like we've got 606 Row Row Wreck Your Bout on the Jam on Hawthorne Jam line for the Rosebuds.
357 Junie Gloom, 426 Comet, 5 Pinky Crusher, 57 Rotten Tomato,
And for Tomorrowland, it's going to be number 66 Lucifer.
713 Crossbones, 89 Slytherin.
And we're off.
There's our whistle. We've got
Roro with a quick lead jammer.
Quickly out. Here comes Lucifer.
Row is lead for the Buds. Lucifer
Rosebuds on the move. Speeding up the track.
And
Pick up 2 points and call it.
Smart call by
Actually,
Roro.
4, sorry. Yeah, good work to do that, especially with these up in division teams. You want to get on the move, get your points, and get out of it.
This next jam, we've got Rotten Tomato.
Seeing 5-7 Rotten Tomato for Tomorrowland on the jam line.
And Slaughtermelon for the Rosebuds.
Rotten Tomato getting the jammer for Tomorrowland.
Slaughtermelon now out of the pack in pursuit. Great job. Funky Skinny was in there.
Big drag back by one of the Tomorrowland skaters.
Rotten Tomato now out on the first scoring pass. Rotten Tomato spins off the outside of the track, calls it off.
It's a 4-4 jam.
Yeah, good job for Rosebuds to be able to match that one.
Is number 313 Toucan Slam, the jammer for Tomorrowland.
And Rolling Thunder for the Rosebuds.
Officials look to be chatting about some something. Teams chatting with each other, getting ready for the next jam.
I'll take this time to thank Porque No Taqueria. Porque No Taqueria, the sunniest place in Portland, voted best tacos and Mexican food in PDX. We'd also like to thank 888, exclusive protective gear sponsor of RCR, the certified sweat saver, developed, tested, and trusted by the best. I wonder what we're reviewing here.
It looks like the refs are getting back into their natural positions, so mayhaps we're getting ready to move forward.
And we still have this group on the outside having a discussion.
To the camera.
It might be a good time to talk about some other sponsors. How about Black Cat Plumbing, your local neighborhood plumbing company and proud sponsor of RCR since the dawn of time. And here we go, back to Derby. And another timeout whistle. Sorry, everybody. Sort of slow moving start here.
Figuring out all the stuff right in the beginning.
Phenomenauts. This time out brought to you once again by RCR's official realtor, Jeff Staber, and welcome to PDX.
Toucan Slam and Rolling Thunder both waiting at the line. As soon as we get back to action, we'll have these jammers in action.
Little dance party happening there. Gotta keep the energy up during these timeouts.
That's why you gotta have the dance parties.
Mm-hmm.
All right, here we go. Rolling whistle means back to Derby. Toucan Slam spins around the outside, still finding Rosebuds.
Pop-Tart doing an excellent catch at the top there.
Rolling Thunder forced out at the last second.
Not far behind Toucan Slam.
Toucan slam. Rushing through the pack. Final defender, Pop-Tart, stops them, but then there's the call off. Looks like we got Mystery Machine and Rotten Tomato at the line. Rebel Heart Therapy penalty box is clear. Rotten Tomato steps aside and flies through the outside of the track to catch lead jammer. Mr. Machine held up in the pack.
Nice little zoom in dog training apex jump, it looked like a little bit.
4 points on the board for the Phenomenauts.
Rotten Tomato already with 4 points on the board this jam.
Mystery Machine just getting through at the top of the pack. Coming around to score.
Great job by Billy Fiend for that last force to the inside of the track. Rotten Tomato calls it off. We got Ludini and Lucifer lining up. Once again, both teams at full strength. Lucifer spins off, finds the opening on the outside and becomes lead jammer.
Houdini pushing up at the top of the pack.
Lucifer finds the opening, takes his points and calls it off.
Tomorrowland having a skater visit that Rebel Heart Therapy penalty box at the start of this jam.
Rotten Tomato and Roro Wreck Your Bout lining up. Tomorrowland with one blocker in the penalty box.
And looks like we've got Rotten Tomato up against Roro Wreck Your Bout.
Roro Wreck Your Bout forces through and becomes lead jammer. Rosebuds doing a great job holding back. Yeah, that's good defense.
Yeah, Rosebuds doing a great job at avoiding that offense from Tomorrowland. Roro with a big hit to get through for 4 points.
Flying through. Rotten Tomato now out of the pack. A little worse for wear after that tough Rosebuds defense.
And Roro calls the jam.
All right, we have a lead change. Rosebuds managed to claw back and take a point.
Looks like a team timeout for Tomorrowland.
I'd like to take a second to say thank you to another one of our sponsors, Volcano Taqueria. Volcano Taqueria, the sunniest place in Portland, voted the best tacos and Mexican food.
I'll take this time to thank the Buffalo Gap Saloon and Eatery, John's Landing's favorite eatery and saloon. Also, Ritual Dyes, Portland's local yarn shop with hand-dyed yarn, tools, and more, owned by one of our Rosebuds parents, who is also a record skater.
If you're a fan of any of these sponsors that are getting mentioned, tag them on your social media, hashtag RCR sponsor. Let them know how much you love them and how much you love RCR.
While we're having this official review, we'll take some more time for our sponsors. 187 Killer Pads, our other exclusive gear, protective gear sponsor, along with 888. 187 Killer Pads, often imitated, never duplicated, stick with the best.
Roller accessible and support texting roller 25 to 44321. Again, text roller.
Right now, we are in the middle of our fundraising season for the juniors program here at Rose City Rollers.
We appreciate it.
So look for the Roller Rally Juniors fundraiser. Looks like the QR code was just on our screen. I'm sure it'll pop up several more times during the course of this game and tournament. All right, rolling whistle, back to action. Rosebuds with one blocker in the penalty box. Slaughtermelon at the line, and
I believe that is Toucan Slam.
yes, Toucan Slam looking for that lead opening, takes it. Slaughtermelon still held up by that defense from Tomorrowland.
Excellent hit out there by the Rosebuds.
Slaughtermelon now on the initial pass. Toucan Slam scores and calls it off, taking back the lead. Should be 24, yeah, 24-21, three-point game.
Tomorrowland starting this jam with their pivot in the box. Rosebuds at full strength.
On that jam on Hawthorne Jammer line, we've got Rolling Thunder. Jamming for the Buds.
Yeah, Rolling Thunder at the line for Rosebuds.
Up against Jupiter.
Jupiter for Tomorrowland.
Rolling Thunder driving those blockers up real fast.
That's what Rolling Thunder does.
Very strong jammer.
Rolling Thunder again, looking for the opening, but that pack is on the move.
Buds locking down their defensive tripod in the back.
Rolling Thunder steps through the tripod at the front, takes back the lead. This game is going to be close.
Very exciting. Rolling Thunder just driving up the track.
Stretching out that pack.
Jupiter now out on the initial pass.
Tomorrowland Roller Derby is a tough adversary.
They are. I believe that is another lead change.
Yeah, we're going to go back and forth here, huh? Mystery Machine lining up for the Rosebuds. Toucan Slam lining up for Tomorrowland. Rosebuds with the pivot, Kung Fu Skinny in the penalty box. Toucan Slam steps through the middle. Mystery Machine almost has that opening.
We're on a no pass, no penalty.
Good attention. Here comes Kung Fu Skinny, but there's the call off. Here we are, 10 minutes into the game. It's a 1-point game. They're about to throw some points maybe up on the board. Yeah, 29-28. Rosebuds Regional versus Tomorrowland.
That is Ludini and Rotten Tomato as your jammers.
Rotten Tomato decides to go straight into engagement. Shoulder first in the Rosebuds, but they hold him down, and Ludini manages to escape and become lead jammer. Rotten Tomato still held up at the back of the pack. Nice defense.
Buds covering that whole track with their tripod, not letting any space.
Rosebuds are like, we've been here before. We know what to do against you guys now.
Ludini with a big hit, entering the pack.
Last defender steps aside and takes the 4.
Goes ahead and calls it off after picking up 4.
8 points that jam for Lugini and the Rosebuds.
Lugini has been having an excellent day.
A fine jammer indeed. It's like up next we got Roa, Rickerbot, and Lucifer jamming. Rebel Heart Therapy penalty box is clear.
Rickerbot jamming for the Buds. Lucifer jamming for the Phenomenauts.
Lucifer forced to the inside and recycled by a Pop-Tart. Roa Rickerbot breaks out and becomes lead jammer.
Lucifer getting out right behind. Roro now scoring and calling it off.
Smart derby.
4-0.
Games like these, you got to play that small ball, right? Take your points and go.
The age-old phrase, nickel and dime, nickel and dime.
Slaughtermelon and Toucan Slam at the line. Tomorrowland with 1 blocker in the box. Slaughtermelon steps through, spins off, and becomes lead jammer. Toucan Slam bouncing off Rosebuds. A little friendly fire.
Slaughtermelon shrugging off a hit there and spinning their way out to get another 4 points.
Plowing through. Slaughtermelon spinning, but stays in bounds.
Saving it, 1 hand out.
Dancing on the tape. Oh, but they get called for a cut track.
Power jam for Tomorrowland. 1 minute remaining in the jam.
Big defense. 3-5-7. Billy Fiend.
Bud's doing a great job at rotating around that offense.
Kung Fu Skinny, Sherbert, Decoy, and Billy Fiend.
Slaughtermelon out of the box and scoring.
Neutralization of that power jam. Melon is back on the track, scoring points. We do have a star pass on the Phenomenauts to Anna Lethal. Sherbert headed to the lead out on a multiplayer.
Super tough defense from the Rosebuds. Kung Fu Skinny, the veteran.
Slaughtermelon spins through for a final 4 points.
20-point jam, that's a big one. Rosebuds now stretching out their lead.
Please, if you are in the stands, do not coach from the stands. Leave the coaching to the coaches, and you just enjoy yourself. But it is against JRB regulations to have those.
I believe that is Rolling Thunder and Toucan Slam on the jammer line.
Both teams with 1 blocker in the penalty box. Tomorrowland's blocker is standing, so ready to re-enter the track. Rolling Thunder finds the way through the inside and becomes lead jammer.
Toucan Slam with a backwards jump to get out of the pack.
Is that a Zoom Room Apex jump?
I do believe it was.
Rolling Thunder is lead jammer. Rolling Thunder calls it off.
Toucan Slam's got some gas.
We're able to pick up
That was amazing, and I hope to one day accomplish a feat like that myself.
Come on, I'm sure you have.
I'd like to say thank you to Black Cat for running your local neighborhood clubbing company and proud sponsor of RCR since forever.
All right, Rotten Tomato and Mystery Machine at the line. Rosebuds with 1 blocker standing in the box. That's Sherbet.
And Rotten Tomato.
Rotten Tomato sees the opening now. Takes advantage of that one less blocker and gets through for lead jammer. Now Mystery Machine in pursuit.
Rosebuds did some excellent offense there to get Mystery Machine out of the pack.
Oh, that's a big apex jump attempt. Forced out by Kung Fu Skinny, who will head to the penalty box.
Mystery Machine putting points on the board. Rotten Tomato answering those 4 points.
Mystery Machine entering the pack, hoping to score some points here.
Mystery Machine was able to score points before the lead jammer. So now Rotten Tomato decides to call that off.
And Mystery Machine got all 4 points, and only 2 for Tomato on that one.
So yeah, despite not having lead jammer, 2-point advantage.
Both teams starting this jam with a blocker in the box standing.
Ludini and Lucifer at the line.
Ludini and Lucifer facing off on the jam on knockout jam line.
There goes Pop-Tart. Oh, bouncing off Ludini or Lucifer.
And that was a high block on Lucifer. So this is a power jam for Ludini.
Ludini is lead.
Wow, big hits in this game.
But Ludini is shrugging them off, getting through the pack for 4 points.
Like it's nothing. Ludini stepping aside, now engaging with the tripod at the front.
Lucifer going to be re-entering the track.
Ludini through for another scoring pass. Here comes Lucifer racing back on the track. Trying to clear that initial pass, but gets called off. 12-point jam for Ludini. 83-36. Rosebuds still stretching out that lead. But in a game like this, you never know. Could be anybody's game.
Very true.
A power jam, a big scoring round.
In close games, it takes 2 good jams, and you've got another lead change. If you're watching this and you're a parent who thinks you maybe have a junior who'd want to try out some Derby, come to Junior Derby Discovery Day. Kids age 7 to 17, come try Derby for free on May 4th. You get to watch a game, learn about RCR, and then try some skating. Go to rosecityrollers.com/join to check out Derby Discovery Day.
Darth and I both here due to our connection to Junior Roller Derby.
Yes, we are. Here both as a former junior and as a coach of some of the juniors you're seeing on the track right now.
Let's read some sponsors. Check out RCR team merch at rosecityrollers.com/shop and order online so you can rep your favorite teams. Sasquatch HR, making nonprofit and small business workplaces better, sasquatchr.org. Also, WSL Leadership Coaching. Learn how to transform interpersonal conflict into organizational justice at wslleadership.com.
It looks like after that official timeout that Rosebuds are going to be having, I believe that is Pop-Tart, starting in the box.
Due to some official review?
Official timeout, I don't believe there was a review, but the officials recalled something that they would like, that they needed to chat about. there's our rolling whistle. We've got Roro Wreck Your Bout and Rotten Tomato as your jammers.
At the jam on Hawthorne jam line.
With Roro Wreck Your Bout and Rotten Tomato on that jam on Hawthorne.
Rotten Tomatoes, he likes that inside track opening.
Rotten Tomato coming back around, looking to put points on the board.
A big apex jump, clears it. I had exactly the right angle for that one. Roro Wreck Your Bout now out of the pack and on the initial pass.
Rotten Tomato through for another scoring pass and calling the jam.
That was a big apex jump.
Yeah, that was pretty epic.
Not able to make it out of the double heart therapy penalty box. I'd like to thank you to Sasquatch HR, making nonprofit and small business workplaces better. SasquatchHR.org.
It's Toucan Slam and Slaughtermelon.
Toucan Slam
And
Watermelon.
Rosebuds with one blocker standing now in the penalty box. Who's now released.
Toucan Slam through as your lead jammer.
Jawbreaker chasing out, but not quite able to stop it. Toucan Slam has got active feet.
Yes, very skilled on the footwork.
And Saltwater Taffy to slow down Toucan Slam.
Toucan Slam now re-engaging.
Taking a big hit from Pop-Tart and getting drugged back.
Pop-Tart knows how to do that. All right, Tomorrowland, 4 points, more points on the board there.
These skaters really leaving it all out on the track, doing an excellent job on both sides.
Yeah, I didn't see what led to that consequence over there on the other side of the track. Let's hope our skater's okay.
Take this official timeout to tell you about the Junior Roller Derby summer camps. If you have a junior who's interested in derby, come bring him to summer camp. Registration is open. There's 6 weeks of summer camp, ages 7 to 18. Any skill level is welcome. Go to RoseCityRollers.com to register for summer camp.
Next thing you know, 9 years later, you'll still be here all the time at the hangar, living the dream.
Maybe even 16 years later. Once you get your junior in derby, they'll never stop.
All right, Slaughtermelon up on their feet and skating off the track. That's what we'd like to see.
The penalties up on the board. Not too many penalties in this game. Looking pretty even across the teams, which is always awesome.
All right, I only see 3 Rosebuds on the track. Not quite sure why. Here we go. Skaters rushing to the track. There should be one more blocker though.
Got Ludini coming out as the jammer with Toucan Slam.
And here comes Pop-Tart. that fourth blocker just in time.
Hello, Cool Slay playing some offense up at the top for Ludini, dropping back to defense as Ludini pushes out for lead jammer. Oh, not lead jammer.
I'm not sure what happened there.
I'm assuming a no pass, no penalty. Could have been something else, but that's what I would guess.
All right, Rotten Tomato, Rolling Thunder, both teams at full strength.
Rolling Thunder doing what Rolling Thunder does best. Pushing that pack all the way up into the turn.
Great D by the Rosebuds, holding Rotten Tomato back.
Rolling Thunder getting lead jammer for the Rosebuds.
Looks like we have an illegal procedure on number 6-9. 8-9, Slytherin.
Rotten Tomato now out of the pack and on the initial.
Rolling Thunder looking to put points on the board.
Rolling Thunder calling the jam,
2 points
taking
up
4
for
points, and roll.
Nickel and dime, nickel and dime. Mystery Machine and Lucifer heading to the line. Tomorrowland with 1 blocker in the penalty box.
Lucifer and Mystery Machine.
Lucifer sees the opening and runs past. Comes lead jammer.
But Mystery Machine did some excellent footwork to get out of the pack, and is not too far behind.
Lucifer goes out with a bang.
I believe that bang will be sending number 222 LL Cool Slay to the Rebel Heart Therapy penalty box.
Rosebuds call a timeout.
This timeout brought to you by Welcome to PDX.
Yeah, timeouts are brought to us by Deb Counts-Tabor, the official realtor of the Rose City Rollers. Welcome to PDX. Yeah, so Roller Rally happening right now. Fundraiser for the juniors program here at Rose City Rollers. Keep your eye out. Here it is. There's the QR code. Scan that, please. Donate to the Rose City Rollers Juniors program. It's a saving grace for many kids here in Portland and an awesome thing to do here, and we need your support. Thank you.
Derby is so incredible for all of these juniors. Donate if you've got money to donate, if you've got time to donate, please, any support for these excellent athletes. I believe that is Jupiter for Tomorrowland and Roro Wreck Your Bout for the Buds.
Certainly is. Roro Wreck Your Bout forcing through and becomes lead jammer. Jupiter forced out and recycled. Billy Fiend with the tough defense.
Roro with one to beat at the top, and does.
Spins off it.
Oh, and Jupiter will be going to the penalty box, so it is a power jam for Roro Wreck Your Bout.
Roro Wreck Your Bout flying by. Another scoring pass. We have a 33-point spread here, which is still in Derby a total attainable gap.
Absolutely. Bud's doing some great offense for Roro.
And there's the call off.
Tomorrowland Jammer getting out of that box just in the nick of time.
11 points on the board for the Bucks.
Ludini and Starburst now at the line. Billy Fiend serving time in the Rebel Heart Therapy penalty box for the Rosebuds.
Got Pop-Tart with the classic pivot start action. And an excellent hit by Pop-Tart.
Pop-Tart with the big force out. Pop-Tart doesn't take any guff.
Ludini looking to score some points and does so with ease.
Triple digits now for Rosebuds. 40-point spread. Wow, big hit. Starburst blasting through, but still held up by Rosebuds defense. Now freed on the initial pass after a lot of hard work, and then a call off.
Marlon Skater is doing an excellent job at that end of that jammer, cycling up to try to catch that jammer.
Let's say thank you to Jam on Hawthorne for sponsoring our Jam line. The Jam on Hawthorne.
All right, Rolling Thunder, Rotten Tomato, clear penalty box.
Jammer defense happening off the start.
Rotten Tomatoes looks to the opening and gets it. One to beat. Tomorrowland's defense recycling. Laddering to the front. Rotten Tomato engaging at the back with a big impact. But that big impact costs him a penalty. And he will head to the penalty box.
Power jam for Rolling Thunder.
Time for Rosebuds to take advantage of the moment. Boy, that Tomorrowland defense continuing to ladder, always in front.
Yeah, 2-7 Jupiter is doing some excellent defensive work. Doing a big drag back there.
Every time you think you're through, they're there again.
Rotten Tomato re-entering the track. Finds Decoy.
Full head of steam, but still Rosebuds hanging him up.
Decoy says, "This is not the line you're looking for."
Kung Fu Skinny with the tough defense. But he will head. No, I thought that was a penalty.
It was a penalty on Decoy for the Buds.
Yep, cut track call on Decoy. Kung Fu Skinny.
Thunder looking for some help from Scherber.
The veteran, gonna.
Buds doing a great job with their two defense at the back.
Boy, look at that go. Rolling Thunder now finally out on the initial pass, nearly 2 minutes into the jam.
Drawing a low block on 2-7 Jupiter.
I think the Rolling Thunder just managed to steal those 4 points right at the end after fighting for almost the whole jam to get out of the pack.
Those were hard-earned points.
All 4 of them now, wow, impressive. Mystery Machine and Lucifer lining up. Both teams with one blocker in the box. Rosebud's blocker standing. That's Decoy, getting ready to re-enter probably right after the whistle. Mystery Machine out in front, but Lucifer passes and takes lead jammer.
Mystery Machine gets out at the top.
Lucifer rolling and bouncing. Takes those 4 points and calls it off. And then does some little Richard move. Some splits.
Mystery Machine is incredibly flexible, and watching them skate sometimes scares me as a result.
This time out brought to you by RCR's official realtor, Welcome to PDX. Just under 2 minutes left in this period.
All right, Slaughtermelon lining up. We have an official timeout though, so we'll hang around.
Some sweet moves there by the Tomorrowland jammer, heading to the Jam on Hawthorne jam line.
Yeah, so Rebel Heart Therapy, our penalty box sponsor. Individual and relational therapy for Portland's black sheep and unicorns. Looks like that we got a penalty box swap because the Tomorrowland blocker who was in the penalty box may be a little worse for wear after that last jam. So they're subbing in another one of their skaters.
Blocker in the box communicating how much time they have left to their blockers on the track. Love to see that. Excellent strategy when you've got the time for it. Jammers having a little dance party as they wait for this jam to get going.
Got to keep the blood flowing.
Love a dance party.
All right, here we go. Slaughtermelon two-can slam jamming. Slaughtermelon getting some offense from Sherbert. It clears up that tripod, and Slaughtermelon is lead jammer, but now a two-can slam in pursuit.
Excellent way to keeping in on 1 foot by two-can slam there. And Starbert with a beautiful hop over their own skater.
Great track awareness.
To avoid a down skater. Excellent job.
Okay, Roro Reckerbout and Lucifer lining up. Both teams at full strength.
Lucifer and Row Record out on that jam on Hawthorne jam line. There's our whistle.
Roro Reckerbout goes straight to the front to work. Lucifer, though, flies through and becomes lead jammer, but here's Roro Reckerbout in pursuit.
Buds getting to the top of the pack. Roro able to get 3 points there.
LL Cool Sleigh races out to the front. Making it hard to get that point. I think that LL Cool Sleigh thought that the pack was going to race. But no review.
It's like Ludini and
Rotten Tomato.
yes.
This will be the last jam of the half. Ludini and Rotten Tomato, both the jammers.
Rotten Tomato.
Out on a cut track, so power jam Ludini.
Power jam. We are off the period clock, just on the jam clock.
It's really on the tape there.
Decoy doing some great offense for Ludini.
Decoy there will be our lead jammer.
Our period clock is done for the first half. Now we're just on jam time. So once this jam concludes, it'll be the end of our first half. Houdini slipping past, 1 to beat, collects 4 points.
Rotten Tomato back on the track.
Great job by
And there's the call off. So we'll see you back here in 10 minutes for the second half of this very competitive game.
Hey folks, did you know that your head is not normal? No one's is. If your helmet size is a small, but your teammate's size is an extra large, wearing the same helmet shell doesn't just look kind of funny. The functionality of the EPS foam and how it disperses impact energy is compromised.
The 888 certified sweat saver comes in better shell size options than our leading competitor,
giving you the highest level of protection upon impact. Try it for yourself. We've got you.
Testing 1 2, testing 1 2. Inquiry number 80393, company is Seba Guide.
but still, the way that Tomorrowland's playing.
You never know. Sometimes you just need that good halftime pep talk to get you going in the right direction.
And maybe a snack.
Yeah.
I like the photographer on the track doing the dance moves.
That is awesome. Who needs a halftime show when you have photographers?
Right, exactly. Members of the board, I believe, also.
Well, welcome back to the second period of this.
All right, Rosebuds first to take the track. There's that rolling whistle that we know brings us back to roller derby.
As the teams come back out onto the track, we're going to see Rolling Thunder jamming.
Toucan Slam, Rolling Thunder.
Toucan Slam jamming.
Both teams at full strength.
That they are. Toucan Slam almost had the opening, but Rolling Thunder steps in front and takes lead jammer.
Bud's doing an excellent job recycling up to catch Toucan Slam.
Toucan Slam now out on the initial pass. Rolling Thunder in the engagement zone, powers through, takes the 4 points and calls it off.
I'd like to say thank you to the following sponsors: Menopause Northwest and Portland Bladder Science. Thank you so much for being your sponsors.
All right, Lucifer now on the track for Tomorrowland.
No jammer for the Buds yet.
And there's that timeout. Giving the Buds a second to figure it out. Roro Wreckabout now cruises out onto the track and will be the jammer for the Rosebuds.
This timeout brought to you by Walmart PDX, RCR's official realtor.
Yes, this timeout, as all, brought to you by the official realtor of the Bridge City Rollers. Deb Counts Tabor, welcome to PDX.
When we get back to gameplay, it will be Lucifer jamming for Tomorrowland up against Robo Wreckabout jamming for the Brats.
Something the juniors do I absolutely love. They're all like wearing each other's number with little hearts because they all love each other.
There is a lot of love. All right, here we go. Robo Wreckabout and Lucifer jamming.
Roro getting right through to the front of the pack, but Lucifer is out for lead jammer.
Lucifer just has so much power. Oh, big hit by Rotten Tomato, forcing Robo Wreckabout out.
Nice juke to the outside.
Roro Wreckabout looking for somebody to blow a whistle.
Beautiful job by Lucky
Lucifer
Hans.
running through.
Unfortunately, drew a penalty.
Lucky Hans heading to the penalty box, didn't see the call.
Buds setting their defense back up, but Lucifer plows right through with a cool little spin at the top.
Nice last line of defense. I didn't see whose number that was.
Roro with a hop through on clearing the initial pass.
Oh,
Pop-Tart.
Pop-Tart, wow.
Giving it their all, holding Lucifer.
Lucifer draws a penalty off of that hit from Pop-Tart. Good job, Pop-Tart.
Nice job by Ella Goulson to stop that.
Roro through for 4 points.
Yeah, so Rosebud's able to stop the bleeding now and balance out the score.
Rotten Tomato had a good hit out and drawback there.
Rotten Tomato with another drawback.
Loco now with some good defense for Tomorrowland.
Good job.
Pop-Tart once again with a big hit on Lucifer.
Out of bounds to the outside.
Pop-Tart will take no guff.
I believe Lucifer is going and taking another
Wow.
penalty.
So
Hard-hitting
Lucifer,
jam.
yeah, Lucifer now heads to the penalty box
Lots of distance there at the end.
at the end of the jam there for that hit that Pop-Tart threw. Or is that not heading to the penalty box? That's a little confusing. But anyway, Pop-Tart with a huge stop there.
Tomorrowland with 2 blockers starting off in the box for this jam.
Mystery Machine and Starburst at the line.
Mystery Machine getting some great offense to get lead.
Mystery Machine spins off. Starburst held up, but now finds the opening and is on the initial pass. Mystery Machine scores and calls it.
Smart play, being able to keep 2 blockers off the track on a jam start.
Tomorrowland blockers in the box communicating with their skaters on the track. Go ahead.
There's Lucifer and Slaughtermelon as the jammers.
That they are.
Lucifer trying to play some jammer defense on Slaughtermelon.
It works as a distraction that creates an opening for him. More than a defensive move, but it's like self-offensing. And there's the call off.
Got Ludini and Toucan Slam as the jammers for this jam.
Each team now with a blocker in the penalty box, so even strength, 3 blockers each on the floor. Lucifer working the front, Toucan Slam working the back.
Ludini getting lead jammer.
Sorry, Ludini, I made a mistake there. Toucan Slam also out of the box, or out of the pack.
Ludini calling the jam, but not before Toucan Slam can steal 2 points.
Zero gain for either team there on that jam. Rotten Tomato and Rolling Thunder lining up. Rosebuds with 1 blocker in the box.
Rolling Thunder and Rotten Tomato wearing the stars on that jam on Pop-Tart jam.
Pop-Tart with an excellent catch and the drag back.
Pop-Tart on fire this game.
Pop-Tart just making the catch every direction.
But Rotten Tomato is passing Rolling Thunder, who has lead jammer.
Rolling Thunder calls it off before Rotten Tomato is able to pick up any points.
Yeah, Rolling Thunder with the smart call off before Rotten Tomato able to score. So Rosebuds skater standing in the penalty box, meaning they'll be out quickly after the whistle for the jam.
And Roro and Toucan Slam again on the jammer line.
Roro forced to the inside and recycled. Decoy re-entering the track. Roro Reckerbout trying to find a way on the outside.
And does, right ahead.
But Toucan Slam already has lead and decides to call it off.
Rotten Tomato and Mystery Machine on the jam line.
So many Scooby-Doo references here at the hangar. Mystery Machine looking for the opening on the outside, but Rotten Tomato takes the inside and wins lead. Mystery Machine recycled.
Kill Pickle holding it down on that outside line.
Kill Pickle, tiny but mighty. Look at that big hit by Kill Pickle.
I'm a big Kill Pickle fan, and I'm not biased, even though I'm their coach. They're just great. 4-0 jam for Tomorrowland.
Slaughtermelon and Starbursts lining up. Slaughtermelon steps around the outside, finds one last defender, but pushes through and becomes lead jammer.
Excellent footwork there by Slaughtermelon.
Here comes Starbursts in pursuit. And an apex jump. That's a zoom moon apex jump. Rosebuds continuing to hold that gap.
Ludini and I believe that is Lucifer on the track.
Yes, it is. Tomorrowland with 2 blockers in the box. So Ludini still finds some resistance.
A penalty on Lucifer, I believe, meaning Ludini will be in a power jam.
Power jam, Ludini.
Power jam with a diet pack.
One skate through, virtually unopposed.
Using their own blocker there.
Another pass with minor resistance. Ludini, good track awareness, seeing where the opening is. Oh, but forced to the inside. Ludini just uses the inside of the track for that big circle back quickly. I don't think Tomorrowland was quite prepared for that re-entry.
Bud's going to get a power start on this next jam. Or maybe not.
Is he released right there at the last second?
I believe it was a last second, yep.
Toucan Slam, Rolling Thunder. Tomorrowland sending their pivot out to the track. Tomorrowland with 1 blocker serving in the box. Taking some time for some Rebel Heart therapy. And we're going to have a little bit of a dance party while we have this official timeout at the Jam on Hawthorne jam line. Jam on Hawthorne, the everybody's friendly brunch place.
Decoy with the excellent dance moves.
Decoy, always a show. Rushing to the front, one defender. Steps aside and becomes lead jammer.
Two-can slam, finding a lane through. Ooh, excellent catch there by Starburst. Just a little bit of contact is all you need sometimes.
Strategically placed contact.
Yeah, less is more.
All right, Roro Recubout is headed to the line along with Lucifer. Tomorrowland with one blocker in the penalty box. Standing, so presumably about done with their session.
Lucifer and Roro Recubout wearing the stars, Ro trying the inside.
Looks like we got a little jammer run back situation.
But smartly, Roro Recubout crosses the track on the inside. Lucifer hammers past El Coolsay.
Rotten Tomato with a big hit out and drag back.
Near collision with an official there.
Lucifer using his own blocker there. Great job.
Oh, butt first. What is that? He spins and hits Pop-Tart with his rear end.
It's a hard move to do, but it is a legal one.
I think he's just get fed up at the takedowns by Pop-Tart.
Pop-Tart is a very talented skater. Got an empty penalty box for this jam, first one in a little while.
Mr. Machine and Starburst. Mr. Machine marching out in front. Spins off two defenders to beat. One to beat.
Great bridging there.
But too far, a bridge too far.
It was too good to be true.
The Buds pack advantage.
Jupiter, though, doing some great one-on-one blocking up at the top with Mystery Machine.
Mystery Machine picking up 4.
Tomorrowland now in triple digits.
Initial pass, stuck behind Scherber, come through skinny. Billy Dean and Sour Spinach.
Starburst is just going to hang back for a little defense time.
Which did get a hit out and was out of the pack, so that was very effective.
Yeah, it did seem to work, huh? But Mr. Machine gets through, scores 4 points, and calls it off.
I'd like to say thank you to the following sponsors, Trailhead Credit Union and Secret Art Card. Thank you so much for sponsoring.
Rotten Tomato back as a jammer, been a blocker for a little bit with Slaughtermelon.
Kill Pickle with a little bit of offense there. Slaughtermelon marches out to the front, one to beat, spins off, and becomes lead jammer.
And that's going to be a power jam for Slaughtermelon.
Rotten Tomato to the box. Slaughtermelon quickly threw on that scoring pass. Tomorrowland talking about how to get organized for the next one. Slaughtermelon, hard impact at the front of the pack.
Junie Gloom taking a hard hit there at the top of the pack.
Slaughtermelon, as they're spinning through, calls it off. Takes all 4 points. Ludini and Two-Can Slam lining up. Rebel Heart Therapy penalty box is clear, so both teams at full strength.
official timeout. I've loved seeing Tomorrowland have kind of some roster switches of moving their jammers and their blockers back and forth, seeing them in different positions, showing the talent that their skaters have.
Definitely a good team to watch.
Houdini and two-man slam on that jam on Hawthorne jam line.
Houdini steps through the middle.
Two-can slam out right behind.
Uh-oh, here we go, jammer on jammer crime.
Houdini happy to have some little jammer defense moments as they're coming around.
Both jammers stuck in the scrum in the middle of that match.
Surprise, no call off. But Houdini taking advantage at the front.
With a hard hit at the top of the pack.
Two-can slam held up.
It's decoy.
And Billy Fiend. All right, that's a 8-3 jam. So I guess it was effective that Houdini didn't call it off in that moment when I expected the call off.
Sometimes you just gotta, trust your blockers that they're good at their job, and they clearly were.
They did. Rolling Thunder and Rotten Tomato lining up. We have a clear Rebel Heart Therapy penalty box. Rolling Thunder races through to the front and becomes lead jammer, but Rotten Tomato flies past in the apex.
Kill Pickle doing some great offense to get Rolling Thunder out at the top of the pack there.
Rolling Thunder says, nope, that's enough of that.
I'll once again remind folks, please don't coach from the stands. This is a charity sanctioned tournament. Cheer responsibly and positively from the stands. Leave the coaching.
So we have this team timeout. Tomorrowland taking the moment to discuss. This timeout, as all, brought to us by the official realtor of Rose City Rollers, Deb Counts-Tabor. Welcome to PDX. On Saturday, April 19th, watch the RCR Juniors Rosebuds All-Stars go head-to-head in the Roses versus Buds game. It'll be live streamed on our YouTube channel. This is a fundraiser for the Rosebuds All-Stars national travel team to help us cover the grand expense of traveling around the country to compete for that national title. Currently, we are the national silver medalists. A couple years ago, we had the gold. It's going to cost us about $60,000 to travel just to compete this year. So please help out any way you can. Attend the game. If we sell it out, we'll raise $1,000 for the team.
Don't let cost keep these athletes from achieving their greatness.
There's a start whistle. There's a little hesitation there, like both jammers didn't really realize we were back at it.
Roro
Now we
coming
have
out
a
of that
jammer
lead.
race. Jammer race. Oh, Rowe goes flying into the wall. Resets, hammering through the pack, but Tomorrowland laddering their defense once again. But now it's so far stretched out, I'm amazed that there hasn't been a penalty called. Yeah, there it is. Starburts heads to the penalty box.
Two-can slam about a half a track behind Roro.
And there is the emphatic call off.
Just four on the board. That was an even 4-4 jam.
That's a wash for each.
Rotten Tomato and Mystery Machine.
LL Cool, Pop-Tart once again with the force of the inside, anticipating the move from Rotten Tomato.
Mystery Machine getting lead up at the top of the pack.
Once again, Pop-Tart with another force out and recycle.
Mystery Machine through the pack backwards.
Aren't these kids fancy?
Lucky Horns, the saltwater taffy.
I know the adults teach junior clinics, but I'd like the juniors to teach a clinic for me.
Nice offensive help, allowing Tomato to get through. Mystery Machine calling it off.
8 points on the board for Mystery Machine. Now, Rosebuds with a safe gap of nearly 100 points. Under 10 minutes remaining.
Just under 10 minutes left in this bout.
Slaughtermelon and Toucan Slam.
Facing off.
I think Toucan Slam is out there as the pivot.
Oh,
I can't
sorry,
quite
I
tell.
mixed up.
Number 4,
I think that's 426 Comet.
Oh, Comet. This is the first appearance as Jammer for Comet.
Mellon getting help.
Sorry about that mix-up, everybody watching.
And Comet's
Comet.
going to get lead Jammer.
Wow.
Reabsorbed by the pack.
Oh,
But falls and gets a cut track call.
power jam for Slaughtermelon and a 2-minute jam.
Slaughtermelon through, but we have an injury on the track, so we're going to take our little break so that we can be checked on. This may be a good opportunity to thank our medical staff on the track. They are volunteers who give their time to make sure that we're all safe here, and we really appreciate them. Tomorrowland skater is up and removing from the track on their own power. That's what we like to see. Yes, let's talk about Roller Rally again, our junior program fundraiser. Maybe we'll get that QR on the screen. There it is. Support the future of roller derby by donating at rosecityrollers.com/roller rally.
Got Ludini on a power start to kick this jam off. It looks like we have another team timeout.
So Lucifer going to head out to the track as a blocker.
Tomorrowland with a jammer and a pivot in the Rebel Heart Therapy penalty box.
Stay in the loop and get text from RCR. Text JOIN to 503-987-7547. That's JOIN to 503-987-7547 and get alerts about upcoming Rose City Rollers events. All right, power start, Ludini. Tomorrowland with a jammer and a block on the box. Lucifer tries to make the stop, but Ludini skates right past it.
Lucifer with a big hit out there, but Pop-Tart says no run back.
Pop-Tart.
Looks like the skater is okay, heading back to their bench.
All right, so here we go. Let's get started on our next jam setup. It's going to be Rotten Tomato versus Rolling Thunder at the line. And once again, we have a clear Rebel Heart Therapy penalty box. So both teams will be playing at full strength.
Rolling Thunder and Rotten Tomato on the jam on jam line.
All right. Jammer forced out. Rotten Tomato forces Rolling Thunder to the outside.
Rotten Tomato getting hit out, but getting lead Jammer on that inside line.
That might have been a little apex jump. Call it a zoom room apex jump. Sherbert taking the hit. Stopping Rotten Tomato in its tracks.
But Rolling Thunder is going to steal 2 for a null jam.
Look at that. Just pick the pocket, huh?
Mm-hmm.
A little confusion on the track there. Tomorrowland had one extra skater out.
It looks like their jammer is reporting to the penalty box. So Rotten Tomato taking a seat there. Be a power jam for Ro-Ro Wreck Your Bout.
Yeah, also one defender down for Tomorrowland. All right, just under 7.5 minutes remaining in the game. That was a track cut call that put Rotten Tomato in the box. Wreck Your Bout works at the front, steps through and becomes lead jammer. Lucky Hans will head to the penalty box.
Bud's racing up to get some offense for Ro-Ro.
Pop-Tart clearing the way.
Ro-Ro with a nice little hop to get through.
We'll call that one an apex jump too.
Why not?
Zoom room.
Rotten Tomato through on his initial pass.
Ro-Ro Wreck Your Bout forced out and calls it off. Collects another 2 points. That should make this a 6-point jam, 223 to 110. 6.5 minutes remaining.
Lovely replay of Ro's little hippity hop. And it's Mystery Machine and Comet. As
Comet making the second appearance now as jammer.
We've got one blocker each in the Rebel Heart Therapy penalty box. The Rosebuds blocker is standing.
Sherbert with the force out. Comet up and back in action.
Mystery Machine getting lead jammer.
Comet held up at the back by Sherbert, Kung Fu Skinny, and
Really able to just shrug it off.
Billy Fiend. Bucky Harms now back in that action too. Comet finds the opening and steps through and is on the initial pass. Mystery Machine sidesteps, spinning, scores and calls it off.
A little over 5 minutes left in this game.
Slaughtermelon and Toucan Slam with the stars on their helmets. And an empty penalty box.
And Toucan Slam.
You can make an appointment if necessary.
Everybody's got to spend a little bit of time with Rebel Heart Therapy.
Slaughtermelon sees that opening. Here comes Toucan Slam.
About a quarter track behind. Kill Pickle, keeping it in on 1 foot after that hit out.
Both jammers through, scoring pass.
Slaughtermelon with an excellent little spin move in there to get the hips around for those points.
All right, Ludini and Lucifer at the line. Rosebuds with 1 blocker in the box.
Lucifer finding space on the outside line is your lead jammer.
Lucifer picking up lead jammer for the Phenomenauts.
Kung Fu Skinny holds up Lucifer.
Draws a cut on Lucifer, I believe.
That's going to leave Houdini in a power jam, and the jam will go the full 2 minutes.
So it is
Lucifer
a 2-minute
in the
jammer.
box. Yeah, that's a full 2-minute jam now due to that penalty. No lead jammer.
Houdini got 1-2 to beat at the top.
Tomorrowland once again laddering that defense though. Here comes Billy Fiend to start clearing the path.
Excellent power kill by Tomorrowland.
Here comes Billy Fiend again, trying to clear that opening.
Off the track, Houdini has yet to finish an initial pass.
Lucifer is on the track and is through.
Flying through. A little zoom room apex jump there too.
40 more seconds in the jam.
Side steps. Almost a cut track, but he catches himself.
Houdini, the big hit on, I believe that's Jupiter up there.
Nice hit at the end there by Kill Pickle.
Houdini with a nice shoulder check as Lucifer's trying to pass.
Both jammers fighting to get those last minute points.
That jam comes to its natural close after a full 2 minutes. We got time for at least one more jam here. Lining up, we got Mr. Machine and Rotten Tomato.
And an empty penalty box for the final jam. At least the one more jam.
Rotten Tomato forced to the inside. There's Pop-Tart with the big hit. Forcing a cut track. Rotten Tomato heads to the penalty box.
Our jam for Mystery Machine.
Uh-oh, the pack's on the move. Mystery Machine spins off. We still have time for one more jam here. 45 seconds left on the clock.
Buds want a power start to finish this game off. And they're putting out one of my absolute favorite jammers.
Decoy with a special appearance.
The force is strong with Decoy.
The force is strong with Decoy. And Decoy's going to give you a show.
Decoy's about to say, this is not the jammer that you're looking for.
All right, and Decoy is off. Sidestepping
Little
the
back
blockers
bend.
at the front. Powering through, spinning off. All right, Decoy is out and lead.
Speeding around the track.
And we are off the period clock on the
Rock
jam
Tomato is
clock.
standing in the penalty box.
Get ready for the backward skate out.
There it is.
Recycled, one defender to go. Decoy steps through, is forced to the inside and recycled.
That is Toucan Slam with the hit out.
And there it is, the call off. Unofficial score 248 to 124. Rosebuds will have the final score after a little conversation from the Zebras.
Great job to both of those teams. That was a very hard-hitting, fast-skating game.
Bridge City Riot 2025.
My first time announcing with you, thank you.
Yeah,
that was
thank
fun.
you.
Rosebuds NTT versus Astra. And then after that, if you're interested, you should stay for our adult home team game. We're just going to see the Guns and Rollers take on the Bridge Neck Buddies. That game starts at 7. For now, I'm Dr. Phenomenauts.
There it is.
See you in about 30 minutes.
Our score is finalized, 252 to 124. Rosebuds take the win. We'll see you for the next game.
Hey folks, did you know that your head is not normal? No one's is. If your helmet size is a small, but your teammate size is an extra large, wearing the same helmet shell doesn't just look kind of funny. The functionality of the EPS foam and how it disperses impact energy is compromised.
The 888 certified sweat saver comes in better shell size options than our leading competitor.
Giving you the highest level of protection upon impact. Try for yourself. We've got you covered.
takes a while just to get back on your feet. When you called me, I was struggling to put myself together and stop my spiraling. It'll take some time to process what I'm feeling, and I can't let myself fall asleep, 'cause I don't wanna miss out on anything. I've been down many times before. This time felt like something else. No one prepared me for a life where mine turned against me, and I felt. Can I trust myself? Can I trust myself? Maybe soon I'll shake this darkness, come out on the other side. Am I friends with you, or do I just want someone to pick me up when I'm feeling blue? Transitional phase, count the days till I feel brand new. Emotional weight, fugue state, none of that matters now. If I can't trust myself, if I can't trust myself, if I can't trust myself, if I can't trust myself.
Good afternoon and welcome to Game 4 of Bridge City Riot 2025. This is our last juniors game for the day, and we are going to see the Rose City Rollers National All-Stars, Rosebuds, take on Astra, Junior Roller Derby. Playing for the Rosebuds, we have 101 TNT, 14 Strawberry Short Fuse, 15 So Feisty, 177 Havoc, 220 Nicotine Kills, 314 Elbow Bell, 321 Spitfire, 408 Zoe Diggity, 46 Donna Dangerous, 503 Scar, 51 Nessie, 52 Madness, 619 Catastrophe, 8617 Titan, and 900 Fizzgig. I'm joined today on the mic by Hot Wheels. Hot Wheels, who's playing for Astra?
Let's see, here today for Astra, we've got, let's try number 09, Sasscracker, number 092, Apocalypse, 101 Slugbug, 112 Gnarly Quinn, 14 Violet, 18 Raven, 187 Foxy Dash, 26 Belladonna, 42 Slay Her, 49 Northern Frights, 918 Locked and Loaded, 92 Killer Quinn, and 975 Snitches Get Stitches.
Snitches Get Stitches is still one of my favorite names of the evening or of the day. Didn't introduce myself, but I am Dr. Omnomnomnivore. Happy to be emceeing with y'all on stream. Let me find my phone really quick so I can bring up YouTube. That's not mine. There's our whistle, which is going to indicate that we are starting this amazing junior roller derby game. And I'm just bringing up the stream here so that I can talk with y'all. You know, let us know who you're cheering for, team or player. Would love to have a conversation, dialogue, or a shout out for you. And here we are. Zoe Diggity is lead jammer for the Rosebuds All-Stars. Slayer jamming for Astra. Still, I was going to say stuck on initial, but actually ended up with a direction penalty, I think. What's going to pop up? Here we go, multiplayer, actually. Zoe Diggity coming around on a scoring pass. 4 points on the board for the Buds. Zoe Diggity now in a power jam. So I see there's 20 people on the stream. Where are you from? Astra again is our Topeka, Kansas team. Slayer coming back on the track at this point. Zoe Diggity pushing up at the top of the pack against 092. That's Apocalypse, who put on a clinic in blocking on the first game of the day for Astra. Slayer is out. Number 177, Havoc, did make a swing for Slayer, stopped short of hitting Slayer. Zoe Diggity putting up another 4 points really quickly. That's a 16-point jam so far for the Rosebuds All-Stars. Beautiful bean dip around the outside. Fizz holding off number 18, Raven, so that Zoe Diggity can come through again. And it looks like Slayer actually went back to the penalty box at some point on a cut track. So this was a full minute of power jam that Zoe Diggity got. Hello again from Colorado, but moved in 2021. Oh, moved here, Oregon in 2021. You've been our constant companion on the stream today. I really appreciate it. Nothing like sitting at home and spending a whole day doing derby. South Dakota watching 92 Topeka Paco. Oh, it's Apocalypse. I love Apocalypse. So we do have a slight roster change from the game earlier today, and we're going to see Spitfire jamming for the first time for the Buds up against Foxy Dash. Spit used to be on the Undead Avengers, but now is national travel team only. Foxy Dash up at the top of the pack doing the patented jump and spin move. That is a Zoom Room Apex jump. Spit going ahead and calling it off.
That's actually been really impressive. Foxy's been doing that a couple times today.
I think it's Foxy's signature move, and it is really fun to watch.
It has been, absolutely.
So I wonder if we're going to get it on the replay here.
There she goes.
And here it is. Here's the spin move.
Wait for it.
Well, so close. Donna Dangerous, also a new jammer for this game, jamming up against Violet. Donna, always an incredibly fun jammer to watch. A little bit of friendly fire there. TNT falling and halting Donna's ability to go around the outside. Violet through and picking up 4 for Ad Astra. That should be a low block. It is a low block on 975. Snitches get stitches. Yeah, Spit. Becky watching from Topeka still for Ad Astra. Go Slayer, that's right, I remember. Were you going to say something? Did I interrupt you? Some confusion about who's supposed to be on the track. Oh, it's because Ad Astra has one sitting in the box currently. And that is Strawberry Short Fuse up against Northern Frights.
Oh, looks like they're going to go for a star pass at Astra.
If the pivot on Ad Astra would pay attention to the pivot here. Yep. Northern Frights is calling for pivot number 101 there, 101 being Slugbug. And there is the star pass to Slugbug on Ad Astra. Strawberry Short Fuse coming through, picking up another 4.
And it looks like Ad Astra's pivot got away with the star and is chasing down Rosebuds jammer.
Strawberry Short Fuse probably going to call. Oh, picked up a forearm. So that is going to leave Slugbug in a power jam. And the jam will go the full 2 minutes. Are the pedals tomorrow? Yes, the pedals are tomorrow. They are game 7, pedals travel team, and that is an 11 a.m. start. We're excited to watch our littlest skaters. I do love the pedals.
Oh, absolutely.
Elbow Bell headed to the penalty box on a what?
What did we get here?
A G. That is a misconduct.
Ooh.
Unsporting conduct. Slugbug through for 4. Strawberry Short Fuse back on the track.
And she just pinballed her way through the pack and is out and going. And that's the jam.
Ad Astra with 8 on the board for that jam to the 16 for the Rosebuds. Nice replay there, courtesy of Radical Wheels. There's our whistle. So Diggity and Slayer. So Diggity through for lead. Slayer hit to the outside. Recycled back behind the pivot line.
Rosebud's jammer just flew through that pack.
Zo Diggity has a history of doing that, is well known for that. Little zoom room apex jump. Ad Astra again looking for the pivot for a star pass. Multiplayer being called on Nicotine Kills. Zo Diggity blasting through once again, picking up another 4. And we do have a star pass on Ad Astra to Raven. you go. Zodiggity threw for another 4. In the last game, I learned, maybe it was not the last game, maybe, whatever. They all blend together at this point. But the JRDA sudden scoring rules, I had no idea they were a thing. But if one team has more than 150 points and the other team has less than 25, it goes to sudden scoring where nobody has to make an initial pass.
Really?
Yes.
That's interesting. I did not know that.
Yeah, so it'll be, I'm pretty sure Ad Astra will get up to 25 points before that happens. But it is something to sort of keep an eye on. It's a JRDA only rule, I guess. Beautiful bean dip around the outside. Huge jam for Zodiggity, 28 points so far. 32 has been the highest jam so far in the tournament. And Zodiggity just beat that, or just hit that.
It looks like Raven just came back on the track out of the penalty box.
And that is the jam. If you want to sit, I don't know if you want to sit. No, I do. Okay. Fine. No. But I could.
All right, looking like for this one, it's Spitfire for Rosebuds. And Foxy Dash back out for Ad Astra. It looks like Spitfire got out ahead on the initial pass. As Ad Astra's jammer is still trying to work their way through the pod. And there they go.
Around the outside. Wow, they actually managed to get around. Is that, that's Elbow Bell.
Yeah.
Spitfire. Cheech going for the apex jump, not quite able to make it because of Apocalypse, I believe. Foxy Dash has completed an initial pass at this point, however. Spitfire in for a high block. Lead has been lost. Jam will go the full 2 minutes. Teen Titans so feisty. Madness. All in the back there. With a little side of Elbow Bell. Spitfire back on the track at this point.
Looks like, yep, Ad Astra had made a star pass.
Who's our new jammer now?
Looks like Slugbug has the star this time.
Perfect. Spitfire still going around, putting points on the board. Spit amazing at towing the line, quite literally, staying in bounds.
I've noticed that. I also saw that with Foxy Dash, not to mention with the spin moves. Foxy Dash loves to ride that outside line.
So Foxy Dash is Team USA, made the juniors national team. Which is kind of cool to know. And it shows, right?
Absolutely, absolutely. With those spins and riding the line like that, that is impressive.
I would like to take a second to say thank you to Porque No Taqueria, the sunniest place in Portland, voted the best tacos and Mexican food in PDX. I get too busy watching roller derby and I forget to do my ad reads.
Totally understand it. We kind of had a bit of that with the in-house earlier.
Rosebuds have crossed the century mark. Donna Dangerous jamming this time around against Violent Violet.
And she has made her way through the pack, and Ad Astra is out on their initial pass as well.
Donna Dangerous looking to put points on the board. I am unsure how that was not a penalty, but it wasn't.
And Ad Astra.
Scar and Havoc. Havoc grabbing a piece, but also going out of bounds. Resulting in only 3 points for Violent Violet. Just about a quarter of the way through this game so far. And I'd like to say thank you to Buffalo Gap Saloon and Eatery, John's Landing's favorite eatery and saloon. The Rebel Heart Therapy penalty box is currently clear. There is nobody doing individual or group therapy at this time. And we've got Strawberry Short Fuse on that Jam on Hawthorne jammer line, along with number 49, Northern Frights for Ad Astra. Northern Frights running right into the back of a Bud's pod there. So Feisty taking the brunt of that. Strawberry Short Fuse working up at the top. One to beat.
And looks like she's...
Oh, Strawberry Short Fuse is getting an illegal contact, however. I don't...
Oh, lead jam.
Just kidding. Return to the track.
And back for 4. Ad Astra's jammer is still struggling to get through that pod.
Northern Frights still working on an initial pass. Strawberry Short Fuse on the toe stops and a little bit of a spin move, picking up 4 more points. Nice hit to the outside there by game captain Stitches Get Snitches. Northern Frights does have the cap off at this point. And we have a star pass to number 42, Slayer. Forcing the call off by Strawberry Short Fuse.
Very nicely done. We would like to shout out 187 Killer Pads, often imitating.
Would like to say thank you to 187 Killer Pads, one of the exclusive protective gear sponsors of RCR. 187 Killer Pads, often imitated, never duplicated. Stick with the best. I love that the Buds make me think every time that they're going to do a sweep. That's what they set up for, and then they don't.
Yeah, I've noticed that the one bout I was watching, they just have it set up and then, like, confusion.
Ad Astra getting not lead jammer. Donna Dangerous is lead. Except that wasn't Donna Dangerous. That was Zodiggity.
Oh.
There was a whole bunch of interesting stuff there happening. Not quite sure.
It gets chaotic sometimes. Now we have Violent Violet up against
Spitfire.
Spitfire. Oh boy. Here we go.
There's our whistle. Penalty box is clear. We've got a full 5 on each team. Beautiful chase down attempt by 42 Slayer, but Spit does get lead jammer. It was a super slick pass, Becky. Violent Violet now out on initial, about, well, a quarter track behind and closing. Spitfire getting the indication to call it off, picks up 1 and holds Ad Astra scoreless on that jam.
Hey, Denver fans, don't forget to get on over to that merch booth. Check out all the cool merch from all of our home teams, all the
I love that Ad Astra came all the way from Topeka. I feel like Bridge City Riot is typically a pretty local tournament in terms of like Pacific Northwest. I mean, usually. Y'all can't see me, but I turned my head to talk to my production lead, who has been here for several BCRs with me. Now Donna Dangerous is jamming against Foxy Dash. Donna Dangerous is lead. TNT managing to stay in bounds with just one hand down. Oh, that was so beautiful. Riding the line on the outside, picking up a quick 4. Honestly, I expect nothing less of Donna. Such amazing lateral movement.
Oh.
Foxy Dash almost making it through. Oh, somebody was able to catch a piece of Donna, forcing a recycle. That's number 101, Slugbug. Ad Astra has the cap off. And we have a pass to 42 Slayer. Donna has 8 on the board. TNT with a long drawback on Slayer. $187. Foxy Dash can really do everything. You know, was a jammer, but also appears to be very, very comfortable as a blocker. So Slayer still not able, or Ad Astra in general, not able to finish a initial pass here. Donna Dangerous continuing to rack up the points. Calls it with 7 seconds on the clock. We have just about 11 minutes left in this first period. I'd like to say thank you to Black Cat Plumbing, your local neighborhood plumbing company and a proud sponsor of RCR since forever. Thank you, Black Cat. I think plumbing and electrical are the two things that I'm glad that we have recommendations for. Those like the two things that I'm always like, I just won't do that on my own in my house.
That's fair. I actually have some experience with electrical, but I still refer it out to somebody who knows more than I do.
Plumbing, though? I don't know anything about plumbing, other than, you know, when water is where water should not be.
Exactly.
Meanwhile, Strawberry Short Fuse is our lead jammer for the Buds, and we've just had a star pass from Northern Frights to 187 Foxy Dash on Ad Astra.
That's one thing I've noticed about Ad Astra is they are not afraid to have their jammers turn to playing offense against the other jammer.
Not at all. And it's so much fun to watch.
Oh, absolutely. Watch the
There it is.
Watch the jammer of the one bout actually knock the other jammer out and then recycle them almost half a track back.
I remember seeing that. Strawberry Short Fuse, speaking of being recycled all the way to the pivot line by Snitches Get Stitches. But running through, finding a path through, finding Apocalypse on the other side.
Oh.
I feel like Strawberry Short Fuse worked for every single one of those points.
Oh,
Goodness.
absolutely. That was rough go.
I'd like to say thank you to Ritual Dyes, Portland's local yarn shop with hand-dyed yarn tools and more, owned by a Buds parent and a Wrecker skater, who are one and the same person. And it looks like we have a timeout on Ad Astra. Our timeouts are always brought to you by RCR's official realtor. Welcome to PDX. So let's give a quick recap. We've got a score of 144 Rosebuds National All-Stars to 26 Ad Astra. How are we looking for penalties? Pretty good. How many, I can't see from here, how many penalties does White have total?
Looks like we have 5 for those and 9 for blue.
For Ad Astra.
For Ad Astra, okay.
Everybody's in a pretty good place. Ad Astra does have somebody sitting at 4. That is Snitches Get Stitches. But as we all know, it takes 7 to get ejected. So,
well, let's hope we don't get there. We have had that happen earlier.
Yes, had several skaters get ejected earlier. Turns out you can only hit people illegally so many times. There's our whistle, drawing that timeout to a close. And I believe that is, I was going to say Northern Frights, but it's Violent Violet.
Yep, number 14, Violent Violet.
And Zoe Diggity 408. Again, Rosebuds look like they're setting up for a sweep, but that's not actually what's going to happen. They're tricksy like that. Nice evasion right off the line for Zoe Diggity, able to get through lead jammer in about 7 seconds. Violent Violet working against Scar, Fizz, and TNT down there. Fizz taking out the brace, allowing Zoe to get through for 4. Havoc down in the mix as well. This time Scar providing the offense. Beautiful job by Zoe.
Violent Violet still working through as number 092 from Ad Astra is trying to break up that pod for them to get through.
Apocalypse and Raven both trying offensively to help Violent Violet there. TNT and Scar just sort of shrugging it off. I mean, a hallmark of our Buds national travel team is their defense. Like, yeah, they've got really good jammers, but their defense is really beyond compare.
Oh, absolutely. Seeing the way that they break the pod down and then reform before the jammer's even gotten a chance to recover sometimes is just insane.
Yeah, very, I don't know, river, water oriented.
Very fluid movements, definitely.
Thank you. Those were the words that I was looking for. River, water, you got it. You picked up what I was putting down.
I got you.
So we have had a star pass on Ad Astra to 101 Slugbug. And Becky, you're welcome. We love being volunteers. There is no derby without volunteers. So Diggity hitting 32. So it seems like time limits, 32 is about the biggest jam that we can fit in there.
Yeah.
I mean, 32 points is nothing to shake a stick at.
That's actually pretty impressive.
That's a lot.
At most I think I've seen in most of the bouts I've watched has been about like 20 points. So 32
yeah,
is quite impressive.
32 is a lot. That's 8 laps. 8 passes through the pack. I mean, I guess actually 9 if you think about initial.
Yeah, initial pass plus scoring passes. Yeah, that's 9. Holy cow.
Spitfire and Foxy Dash. Ooh, that was beautiful if it had worked, but I think Foxy was bracing off of an opposing player there. Did not. Big hit from Elbow Bell. Elbow Bell is like, I am so sorry. Meanwhile, Spitfire, lead jammer. Elbow Bell getting backed up by 51 Nessie. Teen Titan coming into the mix as well. Spit out there just sort of casually doing her thing.
And Foxy Dash has made it through for the initial.
Spit probably going to grab these last 4 and call it off.
Yep.
There it is. Although Ad Astra was able to get 2 points. I'd like to say, well, actually, Jam on Hawthorne sponsors our jam line. I didn't know if anybody out there knew that. We've probably only said it about 1,000 times. But the jam line is brought to you by Jam on Hawthorne, Portland's best vegan-friendly, booze-friendly, kid-friendly, nom-nomnivore-friendly, everybody-friendly breakfast. I actually just went there for the first time like a month ago. It is a pretty delightful breakfast.
I am not going to lie. I have been here in Portland for about 4 years, and I still have yet to go.
I've been in Portland for like 25, and I only just went for the first time, so it's okay.
Okay. Well, I'm going to have to make a point to do that.
Longer than that, 30. I've been in Portland for 30 years.
Wow.
Donna Dangerous, just absolutely fantastic at that bean dip.
Looks like Ad Astra's gone for the star pass.
Northern Frights to Slayer. Donna coming back around. Pushing up at the front of the pack. Slayer still has yet to finish a initial pass. Donna headed to the penalty. Oh, okay. I thought I saw a direction penalty, but I guess not. I was curious because I didn't hear the whistle.
I didn't catch that either, but I saw what you were talking about.
The ref was making the direction hand sign.
Yeah.
So I don't know if it was in direction to somebody, if it was in reference to somebody else. We have 2 Ad Astra.
It looks like Ad Astra.
Inessa's rule.
And it looks like the Ad Astra's jammer has joined their blocker in the box.
That is going to leave the Buds in a power jam.
And Donna Dangerous calls it off with 24 points on that jam.
So there was a direction on 975 and then a misconduct on 42 and a direction on 09. Oh yeah, there are 3 Ad Astra in the penalty box right now.
And 1 Rosebuds. Looks like 900 for directional.
Fizzgig with a direction. That's Fizz's first penalty. Snitches Get Stitches is at 5 and is in danger since we are only in period 1 of ejection. Are we having a timeout? We are having a timeout. This timeout brought to you by RCR's official realtor. Welcome to PDX. It's an official timeout.
Oh.
Sounds fantastic. The officials make timeouts, and I'm not always sure why. I trust in the officials. So that is drawing the timeout to a close. Okay, Ad Astra's got their 2 blockers on the track that are currently being surrounded by buds. That is So Feisty, Elbow Bell, and Teen Titan. Raven trying to get away from it all. And Teen Titan is not having any of it.
And Snitches Get Stitches back out of the box and on the track.
So both jammers on the track. Strawberry Short Fuse is lead for the Buds.
And looks like a star pass from Ad Astra to
Foxy Dash.
Foxy Dash.
Okay, the Rebel Heart Therapy penalty box is now clear. Therapy is no longer in session for the moment. Oh, Foxy Dash through on a spin move. There we go. Ad Astra has completed the initial pass. Strawberry Short Fuse calling it off. Just over 2 minutes left in this period. And I would like to say thank you to Sasquatch HR, making nonprofit and small business workplaces better at sasquatchr.org. And it looks like we've got Zoe Diggity on the Jam on Hawthorne Jam line up against Violent Violet, number 14 of Ad Astra. There's our whistle. Zoe Diggity easily through, picking up lead jammer. Violent Violet behind Catastrophe and company. Up at the top of the pack, Scar, last line of defense.
And there goes Violent Violet on that inside line. Oh, almost going to have to be recycled back again.
Apocalypse coming in with the offense. We have an Apocalypse. And so, like, Apocalypse and Apocalypse, I'm having a very hard time separating. My tongue doesn't want to say the right words at the right time.
Totally get it.
Also, it's game 4. I have done a lot of talking so far today.
Yeah? I just think we get to come back and do this again.
Oh, I know. All day tomorrow for day 2. Zoe Diggity putting points on the board. Violent Violet still has not finished an initial for Ad Astra. Does have the cap off. Pivot was out of bounds. There's the star pass. It looked like maybe it wasn't legal the first time. Now it was legal. Maybe not. I don't know.
I wonder if they were doing it to fake out, honestly. As Violent Violet recycled back in and caught up in that pod.
Yeah, Violent Violet still in the back. Apocalypse still trying to break that pod up, not having a huge amount of success. Zoe Diggity continuing to put points on the board with 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 seconds left in the period. We're now on jam time only.
There's the final 10 seconds of this jam.
I did just hear a penalty for somebody. Oh, 101 Slugbug.
3.
Oh, just after the star pass.
And that's halftime.
That is halftime. I'm Dr. Omnivore, and I just lost every single one of my words. Hot Wheels and I are going to take a little break, refill our cups, and maybe get a snacky snack, and we'll be back in about 9.5 minutes.
See you around.
Hey folks, did you know that your head is not normal? No one's is. If your helmet size is a small, but your teammate's size is an extra large, wearing the same helmet shell doesn't just look kind of funny. The functionality of the EPS foam and how it disperses impact energy is compromised.
The 888 certified sweat saver comes in better shell size options than our leading competitor,
giving you the highest level of protection upon impact. Try for yourself. We've got you covered.
Testing 1 2, testing 1 2. Inquiry number 80393, company is Seba Guide.
Welcome back to the second half of our last Bridge City Riot game for the day, not for the weekend. We've got a full day tomorrow, actually, of more Bridge City Riot. But we've got about 20 seconds left in our halftime. For a little bit of a recap, the Rosebuds All-Stars national team are sitting at 249 points to add Astra's 28. We're pretty, well, I was going to say we're pretty even on penalties, but we're not. Ad Astra is double the penalties that the Rosebuds are at. Rosebuds have 7, Ad Astra has 14. Ad Astra actually has 2 skaters who may be in a little bit of peril. Somebody's sitting at 5, somebody's sitting at 4. But that's about it. Otherwise, a pretty uneventful penalty-wise game. It's been super awesome. And yet somehow we already have a timeout. How is that even possible?
Preemptive. They had it planned.
Oh, because they didn't do their safety checks.
Ah.
In Junior Roller Derby, the second half, you have to have a visual safety check. First half is a physical, hands-on safety check. Second half is just a, are your Ys on your helmets in the right places? Is your helmet nice and secure? You can see them going through the thing right now. Do they have wrists on? Do they have elbows on? Do they have knees on? And are their toe stops locked into place? There we go. So since everybody out there is vested in Juniors Roller Derby, I do want to tell you about our annual junior program fundraiser. It's Roller Rally that kicks off today. And we do need your help hitting our goal. Our junior program includes almost 200 youth skaters aged 7 to 17 who are some of the most strongest, most talented young athletes in Portland. Help us keep roller derby accessible and support Roller Rally today by texting ROLLER25 to 44321 or visiting rosecityrollers.com/roller rally. We appreciate your support. Roller derby doesn't happen without the community. Gear check. Thank you, Renee. You are absolutely correct. For some reason, I thought the gear check had already occurred, but it did not. Here we are, Jam 1 of our second period. And it's Zoe Diggity and Violent Violet both wearing the stars. Both jammers pushing quickly to the front of the top of the pack. Zo Diggity out, lead jammer for the Buds. Violent Violet hit to the outside by Fizz, rolled back by Scar. Zo Diggity once again up at the top, putting 4 points on the board with a spin move for the Buds. Snitches get Stitches trying to take out the brace of that Buds pod.
Violent Violet still fighting through the pack.
Trying to get initial, stuck there in turn 1 with Catastrophe, with Fizz and Scar and Catastrophe. That is Catastrophe. It's always hard when Catastrophe and Kill Pickle are rostered together, and they're not anymore, which is nice. Catastrophe's on national travel team and Kill Pickle's on regional. But it was 619, 819. They both look similar. That is a forearm.
Yeah, looks like Fizz got hit into the box with a forearm.
Zoe's put 16 points on the board so far. And have we had a star pass? Nobody is wearing the star. There is the cap. So it was an incomplete star pass.
Looks like we might try again, maybe?
It was an illegal star pass of some sort. 975 headed to the penalty box for the 6th penalty. That does imperil 975 some more.
And that was a multiplayer this time.
You know, during the last game when I was sitting over there by our wonderful scorekeepers, I actually asked, doesn't matter, if there had been a rules change recently that is making officiating somehow more sensitive to multiplayers, because I feel like I've seen more multiplayers this season than ever before. And he said, no.
Really? Because it's not just in the juniors. I've noticed it in the adult leagues,
Seriously,
too.
there's a lot more multiplayers. So I don't know what techniques are coming back around. I have seen a lot more whips lately, so I don't know if the whips are responsible for some of them, but I'm glad I'm not the only one who's noticed it.
Yeah, I've noticed a lot of the multiplayer ones, though, is on the pods themselves, not on the other player.
Yeah, it'll be on the pods because of how the linking up happens when you're in a pod.
Yeah, because they do not do that breakaway.
Correct. You have to drop your arms as soon as a jammer challenges that connection. Northern Frights. Oh, just kidding. We have a jammer swap. We've got a star pass to Slayer on Ad Astra. Spitfire calling it off. I'd like to say thank you to 888, our other exclusive protective gear sponsor of RCR. Certified Sweat Saver, developed, tested, and trusted by the best. We've officially gotten to that part of the day where I start coughing because I've been talking too much. But that's why we have cough drops up here.
There we go.
Donna Dangerous and Foxy Dash. Slayer quickly moving up front, getting ready to receive Donna. Donna able to sneak by.
And there goes Slayer. Oh,
yeah,
and
but
out.
Scar, wow,
Out.
that was gorgeous. Scar got a penalty on it, an illegal contact. It looked like a pretty clean hit to me. But I am neither an official nor do I have their perspective on the track.
Exactly. And we are just up here watching. Oh, and that was the jam called off.
Yeah, Donna picking up 3 and calling it off. So I wonder what we're going to get here on the replay. Okay, cool. Just some roller derby.
Right.
Looks like we've got Strawberry Short Fuse. And number 49 is going to be Northern Frights. I thought Northern Frights was going to get through without any difficulty there. That was a big hit. Strawberry Short Fuse lead. That was a legal hit on Northern Frights. Northern Frights now taking the cap off, looking for Slugbug, the pivot.
cycling Slugbug back, it looks like.
The Buds are so good with their lateral movement. Like, that's the thing that I noticed is they get a blocker to commit to where they're going, and then they just stop and immediately move in the opposite direction.
Mm-hmm.
Strawberry Short Fuse did just now get a penalty and is headed to the penalty box. Looks like an illegal procedure. Illegal position. I keep saying illegal procedure. It's illegal position. You are not in the right place at the right time. Northern Frights is in a power jam right now. The Buds do so good at neutralizing power jams, though.
Oh, yeah.
Scar was doing her best to hold the inside line. Got hit out of bounds by number 18. I believe that's Raven. Raven pulling a penalty on that, a direction. Strawberry Short Fuse back out of the box and scoring points.
Northern Frights trying to go for that star pass, and Slugbug has it.
So if you notice, they only got 2 points on that pass, and that is because blockers have to be upright and inbounds in order to be counted as a point in the scoring pass. So there were 2 blockers who were not upright and inbounds.
As much derby as I watch, I still learned something new today.
The no pass, no penalty, or no earned points, or no earned pass, I'm still learning that one.
Oh, looks like that's a penalty for 867 forearm.
Teen Titan. Nice star pass on that Radical Wheels replay. I'd like to say thank you to Menopause Northwest and Portland Vital Signs. Thank you so much for being our sponsors. Oh, we have too many skaters on the track. Ad Astra has 1 too many players, I think, on the track. 1, 2, just kidding. Nope, there's 5.
Are we sure about that? Because they just pulled a player to the bench. Looks like they had Raven come off.
Maybe they did. I thought I was hallucinating.
I had to double check and track, but yeah, looks like they're at the correct count now.
That was a beautiful hit by Havoc.
Violent Violet coming around after that initial pass, coming back up on the pack, and the jam was called off.
One, 2, 3, 4.
Going out this time, looks like Rosebuds has Spitfire, at Astra has Foxy Dash for jam.
That'll be a nice matchup.
Oh, absolutely. Seeing these two go head-to-head with the way they move through the pack is going to be impressive.
I believe Spit has been on Team USA in the past. We actually usually have a lot of RCR skaters on Team USA, and this time around I think we only have a couple.
Oh. Spitfire's out on lead. Foxy Dash still working on that initial pass.
Foxy Dash rolled back to the pivot line by So Feisty and company.
And there goes Spitfire all the way back to the jam line this time on
that
recycle.
Is So Feisty, Elbow Bell, and Nessie, I believe, number 51.
Yep.
With the little addition of Nicotine Kills, they are covering the inside line. Spitfire through for another 4. Nico busting that pod up ahead of Spit getting through.
And Foxy's out on the initial pass.
Spit going ahead and calling that off. Every once in a while I can hear our in-house announcers say a couple of things and it makes me giggle. I'd like to say thank you to a couple more of our sponsors, Trailhead Credit Union and Lionheart Kombucha. Thank you so much for being sponsors of ours. I feel like for forever. I love how Northern Frights just kind of stands there passively at the jam line until the whistle blows.
And then just takes
And then they just explode. Donna Dangerous aggressively pushing lead jammer. Paco is doing such a great job, Renee. Such a good job. Who won MVP, most valuable blocker, in that first game that Ad Astra played? I didn't catch the MVPs. I wanted it to be Paco. I thought Paco deserved it a lot. We've had a star pass on Ad Astra to Slugbug.
And Donna Dangerous through the pack with another 4. And going around to that, duck to the outside.
It's a
and through
bean
the
dip. Bean dip on the outside. Coming back around. Oh, nice job by Slugbug, actually, to get in Donna's way. Still trying to get in Donna's way. Donna passed Slugbug off to Scar and Kat. Havoc going and taking a seat for a back block.
Ooh.
Donna with a big hit there on the back stretch. Being asked if she can continue. She can. Oh, it wasn't Paco. It was Sasscracker. Well, Sasscracker also had a really great game. My personal MVP was Paco. Fingers crossed Paco gets it this game.
And that's the call off. 16 points, Rosebud, 0 Ad Astra.
I'd like to say thank you to Portland Mercury and Secret Aardvark. The last two sponsors I have to say thank you to. And it looks like we've got Strawberry Short Fuse and Violet.
So 14-14. Oh boy.
I am amazed by how much repetition there is in the numbers. It's always my favorite when we've got like a 0, a 0, 0, a 0, 0, 0, a 0, 0, 7, a 0, 0, 9, and then trying to keep everybody straight when we can only see a couple of numbers at a time from up here. Foxy Dash with that patented, I'm just going to say that at this point, patented jump spin move. Taking a page from Bonnie Thunders, I feel like. Violent Violet still working, well, on an initial because they're sitting in the penalty box on a cut track. On a cut track.
And
Strawberry Short Fuse is going to get the word to keep going because Ad Astra hasn't completed an initial pass yet, so points are safe. Oh, that's great that Paco won MVP in the last home game. She's getting the credit she deserves. Strawberry Short Fuse headed to the penalty box, I believe, on a back block. Nope, on a cut track.
And it looks like we had 51 for Rosebuds also getting in a legal position.
Nessie. Nice job by Sophici to escort Violent Violet into the center there. Strawberry Short Fuse out of the box. 8 seconds left in the jam. Ow. That was my knee. Jam comes to its natural conclusion there as the jam clock runs out. 3/4 of the way through the game. We have a timeout. As always, that is a welcome to PDX timeout, RCR's official realtor. And And I hope that everybody will stick with us for the last game of our day. Not on this stream, however, because this is Bridge City Riot. But we do have an adult home team game coming up at 7 p.m. That will be on a different stream. But if you're lucky, you'll be able to hear me yet again.
Also, fans are junior program funders. Rosebuds is underway now. Support the future of Rosebuds by donating at rosebudroad.com/Rosebuds.
And that looks like the team timeout is over, and they are coming back to the track.
Gotta love those timeouts.
Perfect moment for you to grab some snacks if you had the chance, or even grab some merch from our booth over there that is helping support our youth program.
I think you can get most of that merch online too for all of our at-home streaming fans. See, here we go. Northern Frights looking super passive until that whistle blows, and then just explosively up to the front of the pack. Zoe Diggity getting around Raven. Lead jammer goes to the Buds.
Northern Fright still working through the pack and going for the star pass, it looks like. Slugbug's still on the offense, though, and not catching on yet.
So Diggity not super sure about what was just happening, but ended up getting through with a no pass, no penalty. I always think it's funny when skaters look to the refs for like, am I clear? Is it going to be a cut track? And the refs are like, I'm not getting anything from me.
Right. Some of them are like, what did I do?
Yep. Zoe coming back around. We have a star pass on Astra to
Slugbug.
Zoe Diggity going ahead and calling it off. Because Slugbug was in scoring position. Oh, Havoc jamming.
Foxy Dash jamming for Ad Astra this one.
Havoc and Foxy Dash. That'll be a lot of fun. Raven getting off the track. Penalty box is clear. Here's our 5 seconds. Nico set up to break that brace up right off the line. Ooh, Foxy Dash escorted to the outside by So Feisty. Ooh, Havoc with a cut track. I didn't even see that happen.
I do believe it was on the inside line when she was trying to make her way way through the pack.
Doesn't surprise me. So that is going to leave Foxy in a power jam. The Buds are pretty adept at killing power jams. So Buds all set up to receive Foxy when she gets back on the track.
And just slamming into that pod, trying to go for that outside line again and getting recycled.
So Feisty with the bump out to the outside. Whole pack now back to where things started between the jam and the pivot line.
Oh,
Havoc back on the track. Because Havoc has already had a penalty assessed, Havoc is ineligible for lead jammer. Nice job by Slugbug there at the top of the pack. Havoc now putting points on the board.
You know, I think it's the first time I've ever seen roller derby played backwards.
They do. They are creeping back in non-derby direction.
Rosebuds just pushing that pack further and further back.
And I do believe that is the expulsion penalty for 975. It is.
That it is. And the last one, a direction again.
So at the end of this jam, 975 will be asked to gear down. Havoc, meanwhile, putting more points up on the board. Beautiful little apex jump there. Zoom room apex jump at the whistle by Havoc.
I just happened to look up and catch it, but I noticed that Ad Astra had their jammer switch back over to doing defense against the other team's jammer again.
Yeah, if they're not going to put points on the board, they may as well become part of the pack.
Exactly.
Timeout being called. As always, timeouts brought to you by Welcome to PDX and Deb Counts Tabor, the official realtor of the Rose City Rollers. And it's actually an official review. I wonder if Ad Astra is going to try. Actually, you know what? I don't know. I'm not even making any speculation. So I'm wondering if they were going to try and get the penalty reversed on Snitches Get Stitches. But I don't know. I feel like we've had several official reviews, but only one has actually talked into the mic. The other ones I feel like have been used as timeouts. Because you get an official review back at the half. You do not get your timeouts back at the half. You only have 3 timeouts for the game.
Yeah, Rosebud's still holding on to all 3 of theirs. Ad Astra's got 1 left.
With 11 and a half minutes to play. That's still quite a bit of roller derby.
Absolutely.
So Snitches Get Stitches is leaving the track at this point. A nice little campfire circle there on the track.
Don't forget, if you want to check out more of RCR's sponsors, look for hashtag RCR sponsor on social media.
And if you are, I don't want to say interacting with our sponsors. If you are doing something with our sponsors, shopping there, eating, drinking, whatever, post on social media, hashtag RCR sponsor, and there's a possibility that you can win a ticket to a game. We love seeing our sponsors mentioned online. Our sponsors love it too.
Oh, absolutely.
So you'll see on the screen right now that there is a QR code to support the Rosebuds All-Stars. That is part of our roller rally. We try to fundraise $36,000 every year in order to help support all of our juniors programming. And we could always use your support.
Absolutely. Derby doesn't happen without volunteers. It also doesn't happen without you.
And every dollar makes a difference. So here at RCR, we actually have a whole gear lending program. Oh, we're sending it down to the track. If we can make the microphone work. I think somebody is seeking a low block. Oh, we're done. If the dots finishes flashing and goes away, Ad Astra did not retain their official review. We'll see. And nobody went to the box.
Yeah. While we wait for this, it looks like Spitfire is going to go up against Foxy Dash in this next jam. And they have...
Okay, here we go.
Okay, so the dot went away, so Ad Astra did not retain their official review. Whatever their official review may have been. Spitfire does have lead jammer. Foxy Dash hit to the inside by Scar. Spit through for 4.
Locked and loaded, trying to help break up that pod. So the
Locked
Foxy
and
Dash can
loaded,
get through.
yeah, with some very effective offense. Slayer coming through, trying to knock out that brace as well. The Rosebuds are just able to cope so well, even if that brace does get knocked out.
Oh, and there they go.
Star is off, but Foxy is putting it back on. Was not passing to Slugbug.
Slugbug got knocked out that last second right there.
Foxy through on initial.
looks like Foxy might go for that inside line.
Wow.
And
Picks up all 4. Oh, 3. Picks up 3. Amazing job. Looks like we're going to see. Oh, okay. That's number 51.
that would be Nessie going up against Northern Frights, number 49 from Ad Astra.
There we go. There's our whistle. Nessie making it look easy.
Northern Frights putting up a heck of a fight trying to get through that pack. And it looks like they're going for Star Pass.
Slugbug out there again. I feel like Slugbug is out every single jam. There is the Star Pass to Slugbug on Ad Astra.
And Slugbug makes it through.
That is how we pressure the jam to get called off. Nessie will let Slugbug expend all of this energy, and then we'll call it off. If you're interested in sponsoring the Rose City Rollers in 2025, you could have your mission-aligned brand integrated into our vibrant community of skaters, fans, and volunteers. The opportunities are truly endless. Go to www.rosecityrollers.com/our sponsors or email our sponsors or send an email to sponsorship@rosecityrollers.com to learn more.
Oh, just happened to catch this, and 49 is in the box for an illegal position.
TNT lead jammer.
And this is the first time I've seen TNT on the track as a jammer today.
TNT, amazing blocker. Jam's pretty darn good too. Same with Nessie. Nessie is not a primary jammer, I don't feel like, at least not in the couple of games that I've seen this weekend. But again, does a wonderful job when she does jam. TNT through for 4.
And Violent Violet passing off the star to Foxy Dash.
Oh. Yep, go back.
Was a good attempt on that apex jump, just did not complete.
Nessie, or sorry, TNT going ahead and calling it off. 7.5 minutes left. And who are we going to have come to the line? Looks like Strawberry Short Fuse.
Up against Foxy Dash.
Foxy Dash. Strawberry Short Fuse likely to get lead here.
Possibly. It looks like Ad Astra's kind of... Nope.
There we go.
You're right. There you go. It looked almost for a second like Ad Astra had a nice little scoop to hold him in.
Teen Titan, I think, heading on a destruction penalty. Illegal position. That includes destruction. Foxy Dash is out on initial. Calls the jam off. I don't know how we can have 2 headsets and be so tangled.
Gotta love Bird's Nest.
There we go. We're fine now. I just kept getting my knee stuck in them for some reason. I don't know how I was getting my knee stuck.
Is it run under the table? Or?
It runs however it wants to. Yeah.
I feel like I'm on a short leash.
I think I actually did give you way too short a leash.
That's all good.
There you go. You have way more leash back now.
Freedom! Now I can see the track. All right, and it looks like Zoe Diggity's out on the lead with Northern Frights right behind as they're coming back up on the pack. Zoe Diggity going through and calling it off.
2 points for RCR, 0 Ad Astra.
And on this Radical Wheels replay, we see the jammers take off as Zoe Diggity just blew through the pack with Northern Frights right behind.
That was a really great replay. It was a great read of the replay. And so now we have Foxy Dash again and Scar. Scar used to jam a lot. Scar through for lead. Foxy Dash right there behind.
And Scar taken off. Foxy Dash trying to keep up.
Rebel Heart Therapy penalty box is clear.
And that was a call.
Scar picking up 3, Ad Astra 0. I'd like to say thank you to 187 Killer Pads again. 187 Killer Pads worn by the most pros in the world. If you skate, you know why. They are pretty awesome pads.
Oh, absolutely. They've saved my noggin a couple times.
My noggin, my knees, my
Oh, yeah.
elbows, all of the parts. Spitfire and Violent Violet. Spit going up the inside, lead jammer.
Oh. Slugbug working through to try and help Violent Violet get through that pack. And stay on the jammer at the same time as Spitfire has made it through with 4 points. Violent Violet still working on trying to get through that pack. And it looks like Violent Violet has the star off, going for an attempt on the star pass. Spitfire through for another 4 points. While
Spit has potential to put up a full 32 again.
And it looks like possibility with the, oh.
Nice little zoom room apex jump there, fully staying in bounds.
Violent Violet fighting hard to get that star pass. Slugbug.
Just over 3 minutes left in the game. Spit escorted to the outside.
And that's the call. 20 points, Rosebuds.
Ad Astra not able to complete that initial pass. So we have official timeout here. All of our timeouts brought to us by Dubcounts Tabor and RCR, the official RCR Realtor. I can't believe I messed up that read quite as bad as I did. Welcome to PDX and Dubcounts Tabor. I mean, 2 minutes and 40 seconds left in the game. There's not much more to say.
It has been a hard fight, and they have been staying at it this entire time.
I hope Ad Astra goes and nourishes their bodies and maybe goes and sits in a hot tub this evening, treats themselves well. That's 2 very hard games that they've played in one day.
Absolutely, and they have been amazing at staying motivated and staying at it on the track.
I hope they come back. I would actually love to see more Midwest teams. I feel like we don't see very many Midwest teams over here in the Northwest because we're so privileged to have as many teams in the Northwest as we do.
Right.
Nice to see Violent Violet get up off the track under her own power. It looks like to me like she fell really hard on her tailbone.
Mm-hmm.
As somebody who has done that several times, it does not feel good.
I've actually concussed myself one time doing that.
Oh, goodness.
Yeah, just landed straight on it, and the shock went straight up my spine,
Yes.
to the base of my skull. I did not know that was a possibility.
Yes. So anytime you fall, you are actually at potential of a concussion because your brain is just, you know, jello meat floating around in some fluid inside your skull. Donna Danger is through, lead jammer.
And the star pass for Ad Astra. Looks like Slugbug's going to take it.
That was a really nice, quick. It was an illegal star
no,
pass.
Illegal. Back to Northern Frights. And to the box, it looks like.
Power jam for Donna Dangerous. The penalty will pop up here in a second. Oh, it was a high block. It is easy-ish to get a high block when you're doing that pass because your arm gets up here.
Mm-hmm. And now it looks like Raven has gone to the box for Ad Astra for a direction.
Ad Astra is still having fun, Renee. They are still absolutely bringing it and killing it on the track, which I deeply admire. To be able to stay so strong and motivated and play so well when you're at this kind of a point differential really speaks to the mettle of your team. So excited that they continue to fight and continue to look like they're having such a good time. Donna coming back around. Here's the star pass from Northern Frights to Slugbug. And that was a Zoom Room Apex jump.
Elbow bells in the box for an illegal position.
See, I need somebody to explain illegal position to me a little bit more, because like there's a ton of stuff in there. Like
Yeah.
it's obviously you're just in the wrong spot, but like
Yeah, wrong spot, wrong time, basically, is what it sounds like. We're going to have to get somebody up here to, like, break this down.
no, that's just the way it always is. We always get tangled.
I need answers. All right. Donna's still working through until the pack.
28 or 42 points. Not 42, 32. I just keep-
32.
There we go, 32. That's our third 32-point jam this game, I believe.
Yeah.
About the highest you can get. So, unless, oh no, not unless there's a penalty or timeout. We will have one final jam.
This
There
time
it is.
So feisty against Foxy Dash, and
So-
so feisty's out against.
So Feisty just needs to hold it for 3, 2, 1 seconds. So Feisty can call it now, and it would be totally fine. We are off the period clock and on the jam clock. So Feisty's going to run it. Ooh,
Oh, that was a
that was kind of a clothesline. So Feisty doesn't seem to care that much.
and is still going.
Foxy Dash locked up behind Scar and Fizz.
Oh.
So Feisty 1 to beat. That is out of play. So Feisty picking up 4 more.
Foxy Dash still working on getting through that pack. It looks like they're trying to help break it up.
Killer Quinn coming in with the offense, trying to put something together there. A 0-9 just got their 7th penalty, so that's a foul out in the last jam of the game, so it won't have any effect on gameplay.
And for those of you wondering what that was a forearm call.
So Feisty, 27 more seconds on the clock. You are totally welcome for keeping me updated with the stream. We will have a great weekend. I think Ad Astra is playing tomorrow, so hopefully, Renee, we'll see you on the stream again tomorrow. Yeah, so Ad Astra is playing the Seattle Derby Brats in Game 5, and then playing the Southside Rivals in Game 7.
And that is it.
So there we go. We've got an unofficial score, 489 for the Rosebuds to Ad Astra's 39. I give it up to Ad Astra for continuing to fight for that entire game. That was not easy, and they really, really persevered, which says, again, just so much about them as a team. Was there anything? I think I just cut you off.
Oh, I was just going to say, they played amazing. They were absolutely on top of it and stayed pushing the entire time. So that's been an impressive bout to watch.
Absolutely. I hope everybody will come back to YouTube and our channel for the new stream for the adult bout that starts at 7. That's an hour and a half. That's a lot of time to kill. But I hope you spend it wisely. And I'm Dr. Noms, and I will talk to you all later on.
And I'm Hot Wheels. I'm out.
Hey folks, did you know that your head is not normal? No one's is. If your helmet size is a small, but your teammate's size is an extra large, wearing the same helmet shell doesn't just look kind of funny. The functionality of the EPS foam and how it disperses impact energy is compromised.
The 888 certified sweat saver comes in better shell size options than our leading competitor,
giving you the highest level of protection upon impact. Try for yourself. We've got you.